Hello
Hello, everyone.
to another episode of Shattermare Live. This week we're going to talk about, you guessed it, comic stuff and probably some Wizards of the Coast D&D stuff. There's some news afoot.
It's on brand.
Yeah. So, oh, sweet. Okay, before we get to that, I'm joined by my esteemed co-hosts, William and Kyle. How you guys doing tonight?
Doing very well. How
Tired.
about yourself?
Also tired. It's hard work being this awesome, you know. Gotta get up pretty early in the morning to do what I do.
That's
actually,
right.
I slept in today. So I can't even say.
You bastard.
I'm going to try to sleep in tomorrow a little bit.
Yeah, you'll have to. Well, it's still a reasonable time for you.
Yeah.
Eventually it'll be pretty late here. So that's good.
So I put some, I put the photo of the Superman costume in the private chat. You know.
I saw. Hey, Feline. Thank you.
Hey, Feline. Thank you.
We will have a tremendous show, especially if you're here. And by you, I mean people, because then I don't just have to talk to William and Kyle all night. Oh, sweet. Thank you for posting that.
For posting what?
She's posting. She's a mod.
Oh, Mercenary
I
Guild.
made her a mod a little while ago. And yeah, doing the Mercenary Guild setup. Yeah, go sign up for the Mercenary Guild. I think I have a picture of it. We'll show it later, but show the people at home what they can win in a raffle later this year, or I guess beginning in next year, if they go and sign up for the Mercenary Guild email newsletter.
Yeah.
So that'll be
You
sweet.
can just cue me to say, Mercenary Guild, what's that?
Well, you're not supposed to say that out loud. We trained for this. Now we know. So, yeah, well, we'll talk about that later.
We'll get it in post.
Yeah, that's fun. I'll go and edit it. I don't know if the Instagram is running, but also I don't really care.
I just put it on Twitter.
Okay, perfect. That's all we care about is Twitter and YouTube. Let's be honest. Instagram shuts us down in like an hour, or for copyright infringement or some weird stuff. So I'm not even going to care this week to check it. If you're watching Instagram live, come to X or YouTube. That's where it's at. That's where it's at, people. So anyways, yeah, we've got some stuff to talk about this week. Let's see. Do you guys want to switch it up and do comic news first instead of D&D news or RPG Wizards of the Coast?
Yeah.
I think that we typically talk about reverse, and then Kyle always has to get off by the time we get to like comic book stuff.
You know, it's really up to Kyle. Whatever he wants to.
Yeah, Kyle, what do you want to do?
We can do D&D stuff.
Sweet. Oh, hell yeah. Luke's playing some DDD too. Thank you. Thank you, Jen. Okay, sweet. So yeah, I guess Wizards is about to launch the updated, what do you guys even know what it's called now?
It's a player's handbook. It's a player's handbook.
But is it just remaster version of 5th edition? Is it one D&D?
So.
Is it 6th? Is it
5.5?
5.5?
Yeah, I think it is like a 5.5 because they changed some paths around because like certain barbarian paths were offensive, I guess.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and certain monk paths.
Okay.
I think some sorcerer paths.
I think the whole terminology of anyone being a barbarian is offensive.
Interesting. So yeah, let's check some of this out and get a couple articles here and some stuffs. I guess
but it's going to be on that subscription service, and I think, are you You're a subscriber to that right now, right?
Yeah. So if you see, I think I have the gold label because I'm a subscriber to D&D
Ooh.
Beyond.
Okay, I'm
I don't
linking
remember.
something in private chat. It basically says what's new and it's from D&D Beyond.
Oh, okay. Is it like a consolidated? Oh, okay, no,
Yeah.
that's what I'm sharing right now. So we can go through this. Let me zoom in a little so it's easier to see. So yeah, it looks like in September they're finally going to launch the new and improved player's handbook because I guess it's not a brand new edition. It's just like a bunch of updates from 5th edition. It's going to be like it really is just going to be 5.5
Yeah.
because it's just going to drop right on top of everything that's 5th edition right now. And I guess you can either play new class and race and spell options, or you could just play current 5th edition or mix and match. I haven't looked at this in a little while, so I don't know. Like I looked at it a little bit when they were doing the play testing, and I heard
Well, here's the thing: you can always mix and match.
Yeah.
Just depends on what the rules.
I don't know. It's probably pretty hard to mix and match like mix and math. Mix and match. I'm tired. Mix and match like 4th and 5th edition. You know, like it's probably hard to mix and match this version with like 3.0.
No, I mean mix and match between 5 and 5.5.
Oh yeah. That's what I'm guessing. So they're trying to save $60. So how much actually is the digital? So
I
they're
would
doing a
probably
digital
claim
bundle.
it's $50. I don't know.
Oh my god! So if you get the new DM's guide, so it's not just the player's handbook. So it's a new player's handbook, DM guide, and monster manual. Yeah, because they're all 2024, which is funny because some of these don't even come out till beginning 2025. So you're paying $180. Sorry, now you guys can see what I'm saying. You're paying $180 and you're getting 3 books. Maybe I'm just a boomer now, but holy shit, this is expensive. And it's just the digital version.
Well, no, it's digital and
Digital and
physical.
Oh, I see.
Well, how much do each of those cost individually? Well, I guess it's
Usually they're around $50, but you might be able to get them on Amazon for 35, 37.
Yeah, they're overcharging for it because they know a hardcore person's going to want it day one.
Mm-hmm. Even though you're not going to get it day one because the player's handbook comes out in September and then the DM's guide is November.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm saying. Like you're
giving them money ahead of time for what's this early access?
For
oh,
DLC.
you're getting it before the release dates. I think
you might get the digital probably before. I would think.
See, isn't this great? You guys at home are finding out with us. we know as little as you guys. So
you're getting the monster manual.
We have day jobs. We're not actual YouTubers. So
yeah, we're not real YouTubers. We're
we're
just random assholes who decided to start a YouTube channel to promote our comic books. But we have a good time. We have a good time.
Comic books are real.
Yeah, I'm so cynical. I'm gonna stop being bitter and cynical tonight.
I don't think I can,
but
I don't think I can. But
you get a gold dragon mini.
I'm getting. Yeah, you get a gold dragon mini. Cool. It's a digital mini. It's not even a physical one. It's not like they're gonna mail me one. Yeah.
So what? It's basically a.
Oh, it's for some virtual tabletop that they're releasing.
So that's the other thing. Yeah. So they're working on. So you get access to the closed beta for their 3D virtual tabletop. Character frames, backdrops. So this is like, oh wow. So they're really they're still going for it. This is what I predicted earlier when they were doing when they had the OGL debacle. I predicted that they're going to try to do their own digital
Roll
platform.
20.
Yeah, basically. Well, it sounds like it's going to be like it's going to replace virtual tabletop. Have you ever done virtual tabletop, Kyle? Have you seen that?
No, we just do Roll 20.
So virtual
I did like
tabletop,
1 or 2 sessions of Roll D20, and then the group kind of disbanded.
and then yeah. Well, so Roll20 is more geared towards tabletop RPGs, but it's really it's like pretty shitty if you really think about it, and like for how long it's been out.
Yeah.
It's really not that impressive. So virtual tabletop, yeah, and it works with VR nowadays, or for a while, but it's literally what it describes. It's like a virtual tabletop. You go into this little world. You can like walk around a 3-dimensional table virtually, and you basically load in like whatever game you're playing. So say you just want to play like a virtual poker night, you could load in like a deck of cards, shuffle them up, and then have people join your game or your server or whatever, and you just play poker, or you could play fucking Pokemon or D&D,
Monopoly or whatever.
you play Monopoly. Yeah, you play really any game, like any card board game. It's not just for tabletop RPGs. So I'm assuming this is going to try to copy that in some form or fashion, which good on Wizards. But to William's point, we were talking before we started the stream, that's where they're going to try to close the trap of like, okay, if you want to play D&D, you have to play exactly how we want you to play.
Yeah.
Because we're the only, like, if you want to do D&D in the future, you have to go here. So
yeah, I think they're working on AI DMs, and so that's probably going to be all the we'll get into it later, but all the stuff that we don't want in our game.
Yeah, the DM is going to be pretty woke.
Yeah,
you just say it. Like the DM is going to be super crippled. Yeah, I was talking about that with Matt a while back. Like, oh, imagine how sweet it would be to, when AI gets good enough, you can have a DM as an AI, and then you have infinite possibilities. But I don't know, the way AI is going, it's going to be a lot more closed off.
They're going to program it with their garbage. I mean, that's really, AI only learns what you feed it, and if you feed it orcs or black people they're now Mexicans. I can't keep. I need a scorecard to keep up with this.
You have a bingo card.
Yeah. So that's what they're going to be doing, and wouldn't it be cool? Sure, because it's hard for me to find a group. I mean, basically, it's impossible for me to find a group playing.
Yeah, I mean, people are just going to go back to doing what they did in like the early 2000s when you had all these pirate sites. They're just going to pirate the digital books. Like I used to have a bunch of PDFs because I just got tired of buying the physical books or carrying them around with me in my backpack.
Yeah.
To the game shop. If I had to carry like 20 books, I'd just go find the PDF online.
Just put it on a thumb drive, and there you go.
Yeah, and there you go. There's your whole catalog. People are just going to go back to that. If this goes in the direction that I'm kind of concerned about it going, it could be cool. I mean, I can give a review because we'll probably end up getting something like this. Like in our current D&D group, we just split, like we'll update our subscription, whatever the book bundle is.
Yeah, well, I mean,
so
let's see what kind of rule updates we got. What kind of new subclasses we got? What do we got here?
Yeah, exactly.
What are we working with?
Check on our partner site. Well, yeah, that's the thing.
I'm really disappointed we didn't get a chance to use the wheelchair,
the combat wheelchair.
Yeah, the combat wheelchair. We were like so close to getting a combat wheelchair.
I know someone fucked it all up.
I could probably enter one of these woke games and just do it. I'm going to be the wheelchair guy.
Yeah, of course you could. No one will say anything.
I would. Oh man, I should make it. We should. I want to make a character at a game once that comes in a combat wheelchair, and then like 100 sessions in, he just stands up and starts walking, and everyone's like, "Wait, what? You can walk?"
Yep.
They'll never see
I'm going to be the wheelchair guy at Walmart who tries to get the fat one who tries to get
power chair
shit off. Yeah, who gets off the top shelf and falls on his face and that's going to be my contribution to the party.
Yeah, and I mean, if you wanted to walk, you could just walk. Like they would just assume that you're crippled, you know.
You can walk. You just have to make a con saving throw not to fall down. You're so fat.
Like an acrobatics. I could be a College of Interpretive Dance Bard now. That's pretty sweet.
I dig that.
Okay,
so that's like there's a druid barbarian. It looks like then whatever a sea druid would be, and then I don't know what a dance bard would be. Thematic. I mean, like thematically, I see what it is. I'm just curious.
I mean, traditionally, the quote unquote dancing bard was like the dervish. The whirling blade.
Mm-hmm.
So it was cool because it wasn't literally like you're doing a crypt walk to cast your spells or something. It was like, you know, or you're doing like some kind of gay frou-frou, like what are the things that they have in the Olympics where they're like little sticks?
Rolling?
No, the ribbons. Yeah, you have like
the ribbons, the gymnastic ribbons.
Yeah, and that's what you do for your like somatic components to cast your spells. That's what I imagine this is. It's not cool. You're not like slicing people up. You're like using ribbons to cast your spells.
Yeah.
So okay, so they're redoing the Elemental Monk, and then they're just literally telling you they're redoing it, and then they're saying it's practically a new subclass. Well, no, it's not.
They're just redoing Elemental Monk. They're not redoing like most of Monk.
I think they are redoing most of Monk to make him a little bit more survivable.
Good.
Yeah, I think so. But I guess this is what they want to point out to you. This is their selling. This is their pitch. And then they want to make wild magic sorcery a bigger thing because they love delighting in chaos. Okay. Should we watch the video? How long is this?
This is the largest player's handbook
from
the
the
game
tone
has ever.
That you're not excited about this.
I mean, I just think it's what I mean. I'm speechless. Like I don't. That's the perfect encapsulation. Encapsulation. Thank you. This is the perfect encapsulation of what they're focusing on. Like, I don't know. I mean, I started playing back in the day when it was 3.5, so I didn't necessarily, or I played right at the end of 3.0 and started on 3.5. So to me, it was just coming into the game. But like now that I'm played 5th edition for a few years, and they're doing this, it's like what we've been talking about this whole time, where they're just creatively bankrupt and they have no good ideas, and there aren't really developers that give a shit about the game anymore. They're just like, oh, let's.
And they've laid off a lot of talent too.
Yeah, like this isn't new and interesting. I mean, we'll
I mean, depends on the rework. So really, the meat of it is seeing what they have backgrounds and feats, and
did they rework some feats?
This is like if John was a gnome.
You know,
the artwork is kind of like
the artwork's
not important to the game. I mean, let's be honest. We just said there are people here that just use the PDFs or whatever at some point. Like you're not even looking at the art. I mean, if I'm using D&D Beyond and I'm not even looking in the book, I have the book. I don't even look in it.
Well, this isn't even D&D art anymore. This is a totally different art style.
Yeah, it's a lot of people think it might be AI. You know,
it could be. It could literally be AI.
I mean, if it's
the thing is, I actually enjoy that was one of the draws always for me of D&D is I always looked at the art. Certain editions had better art than others.
This is like D&D the Disney edition for little babies. I don't know. It's like every new entertainment has to be infantilized.
Yeah,
like it's not just for children. It has to be for little like babies.
Yeah.
Almost literal toddlers.
Well, like Grooms was saying, he worked on World of
Instagram.
Warcraft. He worked at Blizzard, and he said, yeah, they had to make things cartoony. Like Warcraft is supposed to be a dark fantasy, grim, tough, and they had to make it very cartoony. And it's getting worse and worse, and they, threw pandas in and what have you. And
yeah, I heard World of Warcraft retail is dog shit.
Yeah.
What is this? Hold on. What is this? Let's see. What is this? Like, what did you like? D&D was never about the asshole sitting at the table playing the game.
It's about trying as hard as you can to be not one of the
assholes.
pretending you're not a loser.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I want to pretend I'm in the fucking game. I don't care about this guy and this girl and this person on the laptop.
Not to throw shade at.
And this fucking girl wearing pajama pants.
It's like we talk about our comic book and how like there are other comic books that do like the whole, hey, this is our campaign thing. But a lot of those other comic books like spend half the book zooming out and showing the players playing,
Yeah,
like,
that's why
don't.
That's why I go out of my way to tell people that. I'm like, yeah, this is a story. It's a fantasy story. You're never gonna see like a comically drawn version of like Kyle and me and our friends. Why would you? Honestly,
Yeah.
Like, I'm not that attractive. Jesus, just some out of shape nerd.
Well, I think Critical Role is pretty much, people now I guess want to see people playing D&D, which
right, because they got a bunch of Hollywood actors to run a YouTube channel.
Really, like, you're watching Lord of the Rings and like halfway through the movie they just like zoomed out and showed a bunch of like nerds pretending to be Frodo and Sam, and now it's like how much would that ruin Lord of the Rings?
Well, that was the Monty Python joke. Is they're literally in the middle of like going to the next area and they get fucking busted by the cops. Remember? That was the joke. Like, hey, you guys are just dressed up as weirdos, like weirdo knights with armor. Like, you're going to jail. And they're like, oh my god, what the hell is happening? And then that's the end. Like, that was the joke.
Yeah.
So to have this, oh god. Yeah, I hate to be so negative about this, but I'm just not excited.
Well, I mean, we were talking last week about the reverse Monopoly game that the creator of the card game, what is it, Magic, is now creating. And it's like, how far can they fall? And I guess we haven't gotten there yet.
Is this Harry Potter? What the fuck is this? Everyone gets a familiar now. Everyone gets a familiar.
What is he wearing? A hat?
Yeah, he's wearing a little top hat.
Well, we don't know if it's everyone just from a picture. It's just.
Why is he wearing a bow tie on top of a tie?
Why does he have green eyes?
I don't know, man.
It's magic, man. I don't tell you.
Yeah, I don't have high expectations. I mean, we'll see what they did mechanically.
Yeah, I mean, the mechanics to me are what's important. Mechanics.
Yeah, and from what I understand, they still will have on that D&D Beyond the if you want to play the older.
Yeah, they'll have like legacy stuff, which is good.
Yeah.
Especially because we have to preserve our character sheets so we can.
But now, will that mean that the new virtual DM there's going to be offerings to play by those rules? I don't know. If there were, I might be interested in that.
I think their virtual tabletop is going to be different from D&D Beyond. Like, if I had to guess, maybe it'll be tied in. Like, you'll have like a key, like a Steam key.
You still need to look at your character sheet and everything, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, if I was going to design it in a perfect world, it would be like D&D Beyond still has a lot of the same functionality that it has. Like, it would stay pretty much the same. But then, like, if I got the content and the books, you'd get like a Steam key, like an activation code, and then in the virtual tabletop, you would put that in, and then it would load in like all your content. And then with the content, you would have that, and it would like superimpose your D&D Beyond character sheets. Like it would have the same interactability, but you wouldn't have to get out of the interface. You wouldn't have to like alt tab to a different tab for your character sheet and shit. It would just be there. Like it would just pull it up and it would be seamless. But that might be expecting too much. I don't know. We'll see. All right, what is this?
I have a feeling there'll be issues with it.
There's the combat wheelchair. Yeah.
Wow, look at that retard. Oh wait, can I say that on YouTube?
Oh, banned.
Well,
it's gonna be my character.
We'll just never get monetized. Then
the only problem with the combat wheelchair is you can't fly
until you class.
Oh yeah, you can.
It's like a poor person's broom.
I think they made one that's like Professor X's.
Yeah, you can levitate.
Yeah,
you can give it. You can give it upgrades.
It's gonna be Crackle.
Was too lazy to even. Yeah, it should have been. What is this? Their little virtual dice. Oh wow! Are you excited to have virtual dice? Those ones look so great.
I think they have that on Roll D20.
Yeah, they've got them on. They've got them on D&D Beyond.
Yeah.
I mean, we still use physical dice, even though we're using computers for our character sheets when we play. Because
nothing beats the physical dice, man. It's just
you read my mind, yeah. Should we even listen to what they have to say? Or
I don't know.
All right, let's play a little bit of this.
But I guess the thing I'll say about the alt covers is you have to see them in person, because the gold foil treatment that's on them, the sort of soft touch to the cover.
What is this, the fucking comic book industry? Why are you talking about alt covers?
Yeah. How about good art?
Is Scotty Young doing a cover for you guys?
Start with good art, and then you can spray shellac all over it.
Right.
Page through it from beginning to end. We're hoping people will even read the introduction. We made it super short,
it is short. Yeah.
So they'll read it, but the introduction does things like talk about the main components you need to play, which the Player's Handbook in the past has not done. It also, for anyone coming from the 2014 Player's Handbook, has a really critical sidebar that talks about what's new in the book. Also clarifies that this book, is basically when you activate it in your game, this book does replace the 2014 Player's Handbook. And I think it's important for people to understand that. So we don't have people sort of trying to mix and match pieces of the two Player's Handbooks, but you can absolutely use.
So it's going to be like click a button somewhere in your preferences or something. Kind of like the software I had to do for work, my day job. You probably just
Let's talk about that for a moment.
Hell no. But it's probably just going to be like you go in your preference or your profile or settings or whatever, and you're just like, 2024 Player's Handbook, and you click it or something.
Use this Player's Handbook with the adventures you already have for 5th edition.
But you can play a character from this new Player's Handbook right next to a character using the 2014 Player's Handbook as well. That's still true.
Absolutely. We have designed the new Player's Handbook.
Wait, is this I don't want to go all the way back to where they do introductions, but is this that guy that's like the sage advice guy that everyone ats on Twitter when they have a rules question? Do you guys know?
I know what you're talking about.
Okay.
I have no idea if it's him or not.
Yeah, it looks like him.
Book,
or that's what I imagined that guy would look like.
So that characters built with it can be played with characters built with the 2014 Player's Handbook.
Yeah.
Now, that is true for the character options themselves.
All right, Kyle, if I start to go bald, never let me do this haircut again, okay?
You just didn't shave it all, huh?
Just slap me in the face.
That's what I do.
I mean, just specifically this cut.
The faux hawk? Like the faux hawk?
The little front like half a hawk.
Yeah.
Don't
just shave it all or get a really nice wig?
Don't. No, I mean, sure, whatever. I'm just not gonna do that. Jesus. Well, it's not even. Whatever.
So when it comes to the sort of baseline rules, the combat rules, the definitions of the conditions and whatnot.
Yeah.
If you are playing a 2014 character with 2024 characters, we have designed things so that the 2024 rules are what should be used in that situation.
Yeah.
Because those rules can handle a 2014 character being present.
So let's think about this. So I was about to praise them and say, wow, they did such a good job of being able to integrate it into. Oh my God, jeez. Come on, get it together, Brian. You can do this.
Integrate.
Integrate the what they're calling the 2014. Man, it's been 10 years almost with 5th edition. The 2014 rules, we'll call them core rules, with the 2024. But then they fuck themselves in the foot. It's just like 3.0 and 3.5, where they're like, oh no, you have to use a 2024 for everything, but you can still play like those characters in this. So Kyle, that means if we want to use anything out of this, that Josh is going to have to relearn this system.
But how different is the system is the question.
I don't know.
You know what? I would like with 3.0 to 3.5, characters from 3.5 were superior, for the most part. Like,
yeah, and then it validated 3.0. Well, except for some subtle differences that completely fuck up the game balance. Like, I won't get into it. You could
take some new things that they add in this and homebrew. I mean, yeah, the balance would be it might be an issue to you play that by ear, but you could kind of homebrew it into your.
Yeah, well,
game.
Okay, Kyle, you won't get this because you weren't around for 3.0 and 3.5. But William, did you play 3.0, 3.5?
I played 3.0 and some of 3.5. Yeah, I was
Okay.
kind of disgusted after 3.0 because I went and got the book and we started playing, and then like a year later, it's 3.5.
Do you remember damage reduction, DR?
Yes.
Okay, so there, from 3.0 to 3.5, there was a thing called, I'll explain it to Kyle. So Kyle, there was damage reduction, which was like resistance, but instead of like you just take half damage or vulnerability where you take double damage or you're immune and you take no damage or whatever, it was a DR, like a number. So you have like DR, say 5.
I feel math incoming.
It was dumb. But it would be like DR5 / like a dash, which is literally you just took 5 less damage, or it would be like slashing. So you had like damage reduction against slashing attacks.
Right.
Like, you'll appreciate 5th edition when I start telling you some of the stupid shit about 3.5. But the problem was in 3.0, the monsters, the CRs, were scaled totally differently. So like something would have like DR 15, and in 3.0 it was fine because that's how the mechanics were set up. Like, it was just set up so you would expect it to be able to overcome that with different damage types or what have you. And then 3.5 comes along and they're like, hey, it's 3.5, you can play your 3.0, blah blah blah, but just like this guy is saying, except no, it was complete bullshit. Like, you could not play against an encounter with a creature that had that because your 3.5 characters were like completely fucked. Like, you couldn't do anything, up to like a certain level, which would just invalidate the encounter to begin with. But that's one of the things I can think of that I remember that was the most glaringly obvious change or correction or balance that they made between, the 0.5, the additions, where you just went to 3.5. There wasn't this like,
which that's what they want you to do.
And that's what
they want you to like. They just want you to not be scared. Like, oh no, you can bring your character, and then you bring your character, and then you play for a little bit. And you're like, this is stupid, and then you make a new character, and then they got you.
Exactly. That's exactly what happened. That's exactly what people were pissed off about 3.0 and 3.5 because they were just like,
I was too.
Yeah, exactly what William's saying. That was William's experience. Like, no, it's not really the same kind of sorta, but you could play with these. No, it was fun. Like
with 2-weapon fighting in 3.0, if you wanted to wield dual weapons, you need to take ambidextry first as a prereq, and then which I think is dumb, but in 3.5, no, you don't have to do it. Well, that's a whole feat, and some classes are feat starved,
Yeah, or it makes it makes fighter better because they get more feats. And so it's like, or it makes fighter worse because now any class can do this without having to take the prereq.
Yeah.
So there's the little things become glaringly obvious, even if they're like, oh look, 75%, like 80% of this is like the same game. It's that 20% where you're like, I'm already learning all of the new mechanics they're introducing into this game, the differences. I'm not gonna sit here and constantly have my brain. I'm not gonna have a fucking brain aneurysm when I try to run these two editions, because that's what it is. You're like, your brain is constantly going back, and it's what I imagine people who speak Spanish and Portuguese have to deal with. Like, imagine speaking Spanish and Portuguese, and you're constantly flipping back and forth in your brain. Like, oh fuck, oh is it, oh shit, is it gracias or grazie, or whatever the difference is. You know, it's just stupid shit like that where you're like, fuck it, I'm gonna speak one language and I'm done. I'm not gonna.
I think that's what broke up our group, because we were doing 3.0. We put a lot of work into it, as far as learning it. You know, how to craft potions and magic items, and how to, you know, we all learned it together.
Yeah.
And then 3.5 comes along, and it's like, you know, the DM wanted to switch to that, and it's like, I was unemployed at the time. It's like, I can't buy new books just like that. Like, you know, I spent all this time on this, and now to me, that was dirty pool, man, especially so soon after the release of 3.0. If there was like a 6-year gap or whatever,
10 years,
okay.
like in this case.
Yeah, like in this case.
Yeah, and this one, it's been 10 years, so it's, you know, it's not as big of like a burn for all the time and investment and money you have to sink into it.
Yeah.
So,
but 3.0 basically came and went like a fart in the wind. It really did. And nobody wanted to play it. No, you know, once 3.5 came out, nobody wanted to go, let's have a 3.0 game. Nobody.
Yeah. So I'm pretty confident that this is going to go the same way just based on what he's saying. So we'll see.
But the 2014 version of the rules will grind in a few places with a 2024 character. Sometimes because of terms used in the 2024 character that only have definitions now in the 2024 rules, whereas you can take a 2014 character and play them in a 2024 game.
And that is to their advantage, like being able to drink a potion with a bonus action.
Exactly. You're going to want even your 2014 character to be swimming in a 2024 pool because of the many improvements to the core rules.
Absolutely.
But then you'll
like, why would I kneecap myself? Why would I handicap myself and be like, sure, I'll continue drinking potions as an action to use item? Well, yeah, why would I do that?
Yeah.
Just do it as a bonus action. Which means I still now have to learn all of the different tweaks that they make to the system. So
we'll go from that introduction into the first chapter, which teaches all the main rules of the game. Also sort of gets you used to referring to the rules glossary, because the book often, rather than going super deep on a particular rules topic, will give you the basics and then send you to the rules glossary for the nitty-gritty. Other times you'll get all of it in one place, depending on, you know, is there a version of the rule that you can learn that's just part.
This is also, by the way, what fucked up 3.5, like what was the eventual downfall of 3.5, because they had 3.0, which was functional, and they're like, oh, let's fuck with this, or, you know, we can sell more books, whatever, whether it was like a business reason or a design reason, they came out with 3.5, and because you have to create this value where they're like, oh, look at all the new stuff you get, look at this, guys, look how much we improved on this, look at all this awesome stuff, check out all of the stuff we did. So they're throwing all this stuff in there which convolutes the rules. Like 5th edition was so great because it was like a return to older school D&D without all the bullshit and bookkeeping and math of 3.5.
Yeah. And it still had nice variety, because old school D&D had no variety in character builds.
Right. Yeah.
It was none.
In old school D&D, it was, I mean, from what I hear, it was very, very basic rule set. A lot of home brewing constantly happening. People have to create their own catalog of house rules, to add stuff to the game. In 3.5, you need like a master's degree to play the game effectively, and then so much of it boiled down to rules lawyering, because every little thing was just extra piece, like he's saying, like, oh, if you want to go into the nitty gritty, go to the fucking glossary and go to subsection 14, of rule 329, like you're looking up a statute for some law. It's just like, oh, fuck. So that's the other thing this might end up causing. And then people are going to get pissed off, they're going to complain, and then they're going to be like, it's just going to be like history repeating itself. They're going to try to 6th edition will be like 4th edition. Everyone will go, fuck this, I'm going to go play Pathfinder or like Shadow of the Demon Lord or whatever. But the problem is now it's not just Wizards and Paizo. There's a lot of other RPG systems out there, and they're well designed, and they have great art. Some of the art for those are starting to look way better than fucking D&D, modern D&D. I can tell you that. So, I don't know.
Well, because right now they're made by creative people. You said that they've run out of ideas. Well, in the indie scene, they haven't. They're filled with ideas.
Oh yeah,
and that's why I like Shadow of the Demon Lord. And soon, I think a couple months, Shadow of the Weird Wizard comes out, which is more of a higher fantasy from the same guy.
Yeah.
But when you look at some of the campaign settings and things like that, and the one-shots and stuff, it's really like going back to old D&D. There's a lot of thought put into it, a lot of fun, and I'm just not really getting that from Wizards or even Paizo.
Right. Yeah, even Paizo is like repeating the same mistakes that they did with 3.5. So, like, we like the first edition of Pathfinder for a reason. So, I don't know. It's really weird, but
well, no one's about 3.5. Do nothing. Everyone's got to justify their existence.
Yeah.
And
well, yeah, exactly.
Still on something.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Yeah, they have to justify whatever the new latest edition is. So,
like 3.5 got so broken
why do I have a
after
job?
a certain level that it was almost unplayable.
Yeah.
At higher levels, it was so broken.
Yeah, it was super broken. Well, and like Kyle's saying, it's you have to justify but you have to maintain earnings too. It's like eventually, it'll be old product.
I don't mind them updating 5th edition 10 years later and maybe putting some new errata in there. I just, again, the art and some of the woke bullshit that they're going to put in it and the changes they made for the reasons that they made them, I can't support it. Like changing certain barbarian paths. It's because they're supposedly racist. No, I'm not buying it. And,
Yeah, well, that's what the shills will say. But, it's like as Hasbro makes them try to appeal to a wider audience, they're going to continue to dilute the system and the world and the experience and double and quadruple down. And then, there's going to be basically nothing interesting about it. So it's going to be like watching one of those shitty generic fantasy shows on like Amazon Prime or Netflix.
Yeah,
where it just looks like a generic fantasy version of San Francisco, where they're just like, hey, let's get a bunch of people in front of a green screen and here were these like shitty costumes we got from the store down the street. It's just not like, and people will know intuitively, like they won't be able to articulate it, but they'll just be like, yeah, this sucks, I'm done.
Part of it versus do you need to know all of it at once?
Yeah.
And that first chapter has longer examples of play than we've ever done in a player's handbook.
And those
before.
are fantastic. It's like you even have like art of the players around the table, and this happens.
That's fantastic, Kyle. Isn't that fantastic? The art
It
there.
is.
So this is in the book now.
Oh man.
The thing we're roasting them for, joking, like,
man.
look at this shitty art that I just thought was for marketing. This is in the book.
And this is what you rolled, and this is how that affected the game.
I'm going to say this. Just pause it.
Yeah,
I've never worn a long sleeve shirt with a T-shirt over it.
I have.
I never have.
I did when I was 15.
Yeah.
I'm not putting it down. I just never have. So that's something I'll probably have to try.
You can. You're in California too, you know. When
And
it's
see, that's why they do the
nice
art.
and breezy. Yeah, yeah, exactly. That's that guy right there.
I like how they felt like they'd
Fucking LA.
explain to you, like, look, this is you. This is you. You roll this thing, and this happens in the game. Like, yeah, no shit. Like,
All right, you ready for my pitch, guys? Hey, you wacky adventurers! Are you so retarded you can't possibly imagine yourself in a fantastical fantasy world? Are you so stupid and starved for imagination that we literally have to show you what it's like for you to experience a different character and roleplay as someone else in this amazing world that we've created for you? Well, if not, then look at this, dumbass. Like, look, that's you right there. See how you're putting your hand up and someone's attacking you? And see how you're not some dumbass dork with glasses? You're this fucking dumbass dork with a cape. And then see the black girl, the skull?
no, she might be the guy in the game. Maybe the guy standing up is the
shit.
DM.
Oh shit! Is he the
Racist.
skull? wait, who's the skull? Well, it's the white guy.
That's
'cause
the
he's evil,
DM.
right? Oh, so she in her fantasy she wants to be a white male. All right, hey, black woman, would you love to do you fantasize as being a white male in your D&D adventure in your regular life? Oh man,
I mean,
we can't wait to show you our specific adventure where you can play a dwarf barista serving cupcakes and lattes to all your buddies. Jump into the exciting new world of 2024 D&D.
And with commentary that explains what it is that you're reading about.
Yeah, I just gave you the commentary. That's all you need right there.
Out in that.
They need little word balloons. Just make it a fucking comic book. Just have little word balloons coming from them
don't make
going,
a comic book. That's our
example of
thing.
play.
oh shit. That's right. Oh damn.
Hey.
Well, they do have a D&D comic book.
Yeah, they should just pay
But
us
not
money
like
to make a comic book for them.
I mean, yeah, we'll make your. Oh man, could you imagine if we got the license for D&D like Robert Kirkman got the license for like G.I. Joe and Transformers, and we're like, okay, Wizards, let us show you how to write a fucking fantasy comic with your characters. I mean, they had Critical Role do it. I think they did something. I don't know.
When you get to the character creation
Role's done
chapter.
with them, though. I think Critical
Oh,
Role's
yeah.
done with yeah.
Matt Mercer's like, fuck you people.
Yeah.
And because I think at one point they were like Wizards was gonna sue them. They were gonna sue him after he probably single-handedly popularized your game in the modern era. You know, whether you like it or hate him. You know, whether you like the guy or hate the guy.
No,
like,
exactly.
you owe that guy.
They have a lot of viewers.
So, also, what's the show? Vox Machina. I enjoy that show. I think it's. I don't think it's bad. I think it's actually a pretty good show. I would recommend it.
Okay. I haven't seen it.
Okay, yeah, it's like it's a little Saturday morning cartoons. You know, it's not like.
That's okay.
Yeah, but it actually has some pretty good themes. Like there's a brother-sister duo in there, so you have like the themes of family. You know, you have some interesting character arcs that they go on, like some pretty recognizable settings. You're like, oh, this is cool. This is a D&D campaign. There's some not as many as I would like, but there's a couple situations that they get into where you're like, oh, that's funny. That would have happened in the D&D game. Like I could tell they pulled that from the actual table, you know, of how the characters try to make basically what look like ability checks. You know, like one of them is trying to lockpick and he fails the lockpick or something.
Uh-huh.
So They have to find an alternate way into the prison they're trying to break people out of, that kind of stuff. So it's like, that's pretty cool. They do some cool stuff in there. Like, there's one character that's super fucking obnoxious. It's the Bard. I'll give you one hint. It's the Bard. But so he kind of gets old. But in like season 2, he has some redemption. They make him 1.5 dimensional, instead of just
All
one
right.
dimensional.
Trying.
Yeah, but it's not like it's not like super woke. I mean, it's a fantasy world, so like female characters have superpowers. Like the cleric, she's powerful even though she's just like a little gnome or a halfling. But she's a fucking cleric. Like, she has a literal God-given power. So
yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty D&D. It's good. And I never watched the Critical Role series. I'll just be honest. I never watched their streams. I've seen some Let's Plays, but watching a D&D, people play D&D, I can't really get behind. Like, I'd rather play D&D, So I didn't know anything.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You can learn things if you have any, like, I don't know, sometimes certain rules come up and you think, oh, well, that's a good way to approach it, or maybe certain ideas. But yeah, it is kind of like self-indulgent. Like, I'm watching people play a tabletop game.
Well, I've listened to podcasts of people doing like Dungeons and Dragons games before, like while I'm driving.
Yeah. I mean,
doing stuff. I mean, like, if it's done well, I've tried like several that I was just like, yeah, no.
Yeah, I mean, the problem with listening to people and watching them playing D&D, and the reason why Critical Role is so successful, is because they're actually a bunch of actors. Like, they're a bunch of theater kids and voice actors. Like, listening to a lot of people play D&D is super fucking cringe. I'm just gonna say it. It's cringe. Most people aren't funny. They don't have a lot of comedic timing. If they spurg out at a D&D table, like it could be super funny in context.
Like some people that make the characters like actually write like a backstory and understand like character motivations and stuff like that. Whereas like your average person playing Dungeons and Dragons might not.
Yeah, exactly. Like, people love the Community episode where they do D&D.
That no longer exists.
Oh,
really?
Well, shit.
They removed that one for blackface.
Oh my god. Anyways,
moving on.
Moving on. Why am I not surprised? I mean, there's 2 of them, so I assume they removed the other one too. But yeah, so going into the animated show, I didn't know anything. Like, I didn't know the deep lore from the D&D campaigns, which you don't need to get into the show. It's a little awkward pacing because it's based off their D&D campaign, and like Kyle was saying, it's not a story that was written specifically to be a story. It was them cramming a bunch of their D&D campaign content into so it takes a little while to get going, but yeah, it's pretty good.
And what channel is this? Or
God, I want to say it's on Amazon Prime. All the stuff we recommend to you is on Prime. I feel like.
What's the name of the show?
It's called Vox Machina, like
Vox
voice,
Machina.
like VOX, and then machine.
Yeah, I never even heard of it. I don't think so.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Like I said, it's pretty solid. It's entertaining enough. It's not like, it's not incredible. I'd say it's probably worse than the D&D movie as far as entertainment value, but it's also a TV show.
Art style, it kind of reminds me of why am I blanking on the name of it? Avatar.
Avatar: The Last Airbender, yeah, or specifically the newer Korra show. That's what it reminds me of. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it was the same animation studio.
Like I walked in. I think we were at someone's party, and I walked in and saw it on TV, and that's what I thought it was. Honestly.
No, yeah, but yeah, I could see that. So, anyways,
you, in addition to seeing the fun line art, are going to be brought step by step through the character creation process in a way that we've never done before, with also a lot of handy.
I hope that was done by AI. Otherwise, you wasted someone to ruin a perfectly good page of your book.
Sort of get started quick bits in the chapter. Here's an example. When it comes time for you to assign your ability scores, if you've ever...
Oh my God. I'm going to stop pausing it, but I just thought of something. Imagine you're going through the book and they're like, oh, we're inserting quick bits into sections. And you go to a page where there's like one of the feet is like critting and it's like someone chopping someone's head off. And they're like, oh, trigger warning before you flip the page. Like, there might be some content not suitable for certain reader. And then you're like, imagine there's that kind of shit. There's like parentheses near orc.
No, they just wouldn't put the art in there.
Probably.
Struggled, whether you're a brand new D&D player or maybe you're a veteran player but you're playing a class you haven't played before and you've struggled with, well, how should I assign my ability scores, particularly if you're using the standard array or point buy. Well, we now provide suggested ability score arrays for every class in the book, so that you can get started playing quickly.
How do you guys feel about that? Them expanding on their from quick character build
fine.
to...
I mean, it's just there for as like a reference point for someone. Someone's gonna play the game and be like, I don't care, I just want to make a character, and then it's like, okay, well, here are your points.
Well, they did that in 5.5 where you can just take 15, 14, 13, what is it, 12, 10, 8, something like that.
Yeah, but this sounds like it's going more deeper than just, hey, here's different ways to do your ability scores. It's like, hey, if you're going to build a warlock, we recommend you do this, and suggest that you do this, and take this feat at the 4th level, and blah, blah, blah. It's like they're going to actually have build guides, which I think is kind of a waste of time, because part of what makes the community for D&D content so great is people creating whole wikis dedicated to the best possible optimal min-max big dick build guide.
Well, you can still do all that stuff though. I mean, it's not a feature in the book
and
they're adding for me or you or Will, but it's for, if we brought someone new to the table and we wanted to play a game, maybe if it was just for like a one shot, like we had Eric pop in for a game once, like, so instead of having to explain it to him, we just be like, look, there's your character, take that score, there you go.
But I also built his character for him.
Yeah. But what if instead?
What if instead we wasted session zero?
What if we just didn't? Yeah, we should
handed it to him. Yeah, I don't know. You could also say the same thing where you could just say like, oh, hey, go watch this guy's YouTube channel. He does
it's just an extra page in the book that you don't have to read or use or anything,
I mean, I don't disagree with you. I'm more or less looking at it from like a business perspective, where it's like, I think I would just let the community do that because they're going to do it anyways, and then just save an extra like 50 pages of shit.
Yeah, or they could use it as like oh, look, we added something.
You know what would be funny is because when they originally brought out 5th edition, they actually said, we encourage no min-maxing. Like, this game is, no more dump stats or something like that. I remember they were talking about that. It'd be funny if the array they come up with has like a dump stat, like a 6 in charisma for this. And,
we recommend your monk have 3 charisma. A Herbeck build.
Yeah. No, it'll be
really like it's hard to start with something in at 18 at early levels. I think 16 is about as high as you can go unless you roll. But if you use their arrays or their point build, it's 15. Tough to get a stat to 18.
If you do point buy, you get to 15.
Yeah, and then you get like a racial mod, and then
and then your levels or your ASIs or whatever. Now that you mention it, honestly, they could have come out with like 100-page book of erratas. I mean, people might roast me Feel free to roast me in the chat. But I think 5th edition is like a pretty damn near perfect version of D&D. Like, I've been very satisfied playing 5th edition. And the only thing that bothers me about 5th edition, like really truly bothered me, is that when I got into it and I heard about it, I mean, this is like, man, I was back in like early college days, and they had the playtest material out and everyone was talking about it. They were hyping up where, hey, this isn't just going to be bookkeeping, guys. This we're going back to the roots of D&D, but we're going to do some more role playing stuff. Like, we're going to get you guys into role playing, you know. So I would love them just to do literally like 100-page add-on of actually incentivizing you mechanically to role play, because that's what all the level 0, level 1 things were for. Like the background traits, they weren't busted, but they gave you a backstory and they gave you a little cool ability that you could use, you know, for social
or an
encounters.
extra skill or something like that.
An extra skill, and then tell you like, hey, this is why you're good at this. Like, I want that. I don't want a fucking character build guide. I want like 4 extra pages of a good writer writing in good creative ideas to build your character. That's what I want. And I want it to affect your character mechanically. Like, I want there to be more bonuses to get inspiration dice.
Well, I think they're just dumbing. Everything's being dumbed down. So, you know, you have people out there who, I don't know how to build a character. We'll do it for you. Or, like...
That's what I'm saying.
We've been dumbing shit down for, like, decades and decades.
Yeah,
you ever
like
play, like, those old video games? Like, NES video games? Like...
Oh, yeah.
Way harder.
Yeah.
That's very true. So, I don't know. So, that's what's going to disappoint me about this, I think, the most, is... They had a really good idea for 5th edition when the people who were still at Wizards were designing it, and they probably completely forgot about that. They probably completely forgot about the design philosophy of, hey, let's actually try to figure out a way to incentivize mechanically players to role play and play the game, you know, and like actually get into their character, not just... Here's a bunch of different subclass builds that are just like marginally improve your build, and someone trying to min-max, like, yeah, whatever.
Well, and like 4th edition was no role playing. It really was just battle, go from battle, but short rest, battle, short, you know, long rest. Yeah. The role playing just was.
And they stripped out a bunch of combat mechanics too, though, so it was boring too. Yeah. Where 5th edition was like, okay, well, let's just streamline 3.5, and that worked really well. But now they should take it a step further. I'm guessing they probably won't. But if I was going to write like a homebrew, you know, like a third-party book for D&D, I would just come up with like a million different little tables of like role-playing mechanics, like, you know, I don't know, like again, I like how they did the backgrounds, where it was like, you're a soldier, so when you're interacting with the local authorities or guards, then, you know, they'll give you some information, or they'll act more, you know, they'll be more sympathetic to you. You'll get into like, if your background is nobility, you can get into certain areas and you have access to certain people that you wouldn't otherwise have if you were just some random asshole mercenary, like a low-level adventurer. Like, you have no prestige. Like, having a prestige system, that's pretty fucking cool. Like, what can I do with a prestige system? Does it give me access to, like, higher-level magic items in a city where otherwise I wouldn't, because people want to cater to me? Like, there's a million different things you can come up with like that.
Access to the Thieves Guild, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, like a real legitimate thieves guild, you know, instead of just saying like, oh, well, here's thieves' cant. It's like the language of the thieves,
right?
But
it's like, how do you know that? You know?
Yeah, exactly. Where did you fucking learn that? Every rogue has it, but like, where did you actually learn that?
Yep.
Like, you just...
And has anybody ever used it? I mean, I've played rogues. I've never. That goes back to the first AD&D, and nobody uses that. Like,
yeah.
I guess it just depends on the
ironically we
setting.
did.
Like if your DM does, you know.
Yeah.
The more scared you are of law enforcement, I guess, the more likely you are to use something like that.
Right. The most effective way I use it is like having like a sign language, but at higher levels you just have like telepathy, you know, where you like send secret messages to each other, so it doesn't matter what, you know, languages people know.
Yeah, I actually kind of miss doing low level groups. That's kind of what I want to do after. I want to try and get to 20.
Yeah, get to 20
and then be like, I did it.
Yeah. hit your capstone. Well, you won't.
I don't have a capstone.
I won't. We're all cross-classed. That's another thing. Like, they didn't in 5th edition. The higher level stuff isn't broken. It's just like unnecessary, and there's no like epic level stuff really, except for like feats, basically, like the epic boons.
Yeah.
So I guess they could tweak that too. But yeah, I don't know. I would just have loved for them to actually gone a little deeper with that idea and come up with more creative stuff for role playing and incentives and rewards. So
if you really love optimizing your character, and when you choose your background,
and chat, don't tell me, oh well, it's open gaming license so you could create whatever you want. Like, yeah, but the average person isn't a developer for 5th edition, so like, you know, it'd be nice to have stuff that's balanced, that works within the game mechanics. I hear you say.
You're not just interested in its story implications, but you're really interested in how it's going to affect your ability scores. Well, knowing that there are players where that kind of optimization is important to them, the character creation chapter has a table that tells you, here are the backgrounds to choose if you are looking for backgrounds that bump these certain ability scores.
That's fantastic.
See, that's what I was saying. It's a build guide.
And we provide that kind of assistance throughout the chapter.
Like, how fucking stupid are you if you don't have the common sense to be like, oh, a character that has a main stat of charisma needs a charisma bonus wherever they can get it. Like, what the fuck? I don't know. Are people
gotta dumb it down?
Yeah, but the average D&D player isn't stupid. In fact, the average D&D player is probably mildly autistic. So, like, you don't have to
I don't
tell
know.
me
Think
how to
times they are
min-max
changing, you know.
Like, it's just all these people think people are really dumb who consume their content. Like, again, you're just infantilizing the fucking game.
Dude, if 3.0 or 3.5 came out today, it would bomb.
It would bomb. Yeah, people couldn't even handle it. They'd be like, "Oh my god, it's so boring."
Chapter. It goes even further than making a character at first level. It also provides rules for making a character at higher levels. We really want people to embrace this idea we've talked about throughout 5th edition, that if you're playing with a group of experienced players and you want your brand new party to hit the ground running as a group of adventurers, we encourage you to start at 3rd level, not 1st. 3rd level is when every class now gets their subclass and all of their main class abilities. And to support starting at 3rd level, we have now the rules for starting at that level in the Player's Handbook, as well as at any other level. So if you want to start a character at 18th level, because your DM wants you to dive right into epic play, the rules for that are in the Player's Handbook too.
What rules? Like, what extra rules? Nah, I'm just gonna be disappointed. I don't even care.
And then you go from there into classes, character origins, feats, equipment, and spells.
And also the species have been, there's a lot of new there as well. Like the Goliath, all I can say is the Dragonborn feel very Dragonborn now. The Goliath feels exceptionally Goliath now.
Just the fact that there are species here who weren't
So does that mean they don't all have the same +2 fucking stat bonus to everything or anything anymore? So they actually
doubt.
I doubt they're going to remove that.
Press X
That's
for
like
doubt.
one of the more recent things they've done is add that.
Yeah. Okay. Well, then I don't know how I'm going to feel like a Goliath unless you actually introduce large races back into the game, that kind of stuff.
Maybe they will say.
In the 20.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. We got 5 minutes.
The Goliath wasn't in there.
The Goliath wasn't there. The Aasimar wasn't there, and the Orc wasn't there. So all three of those
look at that
now
art.
join other.
Look at those orcs. It's pathetic. You have a fat one up on top on the horse.
Yeah, no,
Oh, those are orcs
on the cliff. You have like the
I guess so.
body positive orc. You have the lesbian haircut orc right there on the right.
Those orcs are way too happy.
Yeah. Or is one of those supposed to be an Aasimar? I mean, they went through like 3 different races, but I guess these are all orcs.
Yeah.
There are options that were present in 2014, and all of them have been enhanced in various ways. The community got to see an earlier draft of those enhancements in the Unearthed Arcana process, but since our game development continues beyond then, you're going to see even more. Great example of this, the Orcs Adrenaline Rush. The last time people saw it, recharge.
They're super hyper focused on orcs for some reason, huh? Weird. That's like a dog. That's like a dog whistle, I heard.
Only on a long rest, but in the final version, actually recharges on a short rest or a long rest.
Oh my god, guys! Are you fucking kidding me? Did you hear what he just said? Holy shit! I gotta play that again. This is gonna blow your mind. Okay, ready?
Options
Holy
that were present
shit.
in 2014, and all of them have been enhanced in various ways.
Can't even handle
The
it.
community got to see an earlier draft of those enhancements in the Unearthed Arcana process, but since our game development continues beyond then, you're going to see even more. Great example of this.
All right, come on, hit me.
Orcs
I'm ready, guy.
Adrenaline Rush.
Hit me.
The last time people saw it, recharged only on a long rest, but in the final version, actually recharges on a short rest or a long rest. The Aasimar, for people who have not yet seen the new version.
Oh my god, I just had a stroke. That's so... my mind is blown. Oh my god, we gotta cut that. Like, how's it going now? That meme. Like how it was and how it's going. Oh god. I don't even know what to say about that. I'm speechless. That's your fucking idea of what do you say?
Adrenaline rush.
But what do you say? An enhancement? A creative enhancement? What do you say?
Something like
about something about like a exciting new enhancement. Wow, you can use it more often. Like a ability that was already just once per long rest. You get. Oh my god.
It's overpowered.
Do I have to explain why that's retarded? Like, people at home who are listening, do we even need to go into it?
Yeah, you could just give a brief.
Okay. Who fucking cares about adrenaline rush on an orc? Like, that ability is not OP. Like, all you're saying is, okay, great, we'll give you your level 0 racial ability where you can use it more than once a fucking day. Boo-hoo. Obviously, that should be everything. Like, if that's a cornerstone of the race, I should be able to use this ability. Why are you so stingy with your fucking abilities? Yes. All of those should be short rest. That isn't a fucking enhancement. That isn't like that is the most lazy, creatively fucking bankrupt thing you could have said. Like, that is shockingly embarrassed. You should be embarrassed of yourself, sir. Like, how long did it take you to come up with that? Oh my god. Okay, counter
We'll
idea.
see what they come up with feats as well, because certain feats are
fucking god.
If you combo like Polar Master with Sentinel, it's ridiculous.
Yeah,
like,
but this is why. But okay, let's set aside the. I have to account for this thing being balanced if I increase the frequency of this thing. I mean, just listen to what the guy is saying. The guy is pitching that as if like this is a groundbreaking. Like, oh my god, are you guys ready to play Orc again? Remember how Half Elf was just the only race you could play, or fucking Variant Human, because it was obviously the most optimized. So we made it so you can really feel like you're playing Goliath. You can feel like you're playing an Orc. Okay, counter idea, fucking guy with a shitty faux hawk. How about Orcs get cleave? Like, you want to give Orcs the fucking nuts? Like, how about they get their own rage on a short rest, so I can play a monk, barbarian, Orc without playing a barbarian? How about? Yeah. I mean, if you're just talking about power, like scaling, like power creep, how about with the adrenaline rush? It's okay, cool. I get on a short rest. What's the adrenaline rush ability? It's the one where you come back.
I don't even remember.
All right, let me pull it up.
Yeah, I think it's
so irrelevant. It doesn't even fucking matter.
There's the one. I know there's an Orc ability where like you can use all your movement to like go up to someone, but I don't remember what that one's called.
All right, I'm pulling it up now. This is how retardedly irrelevant it is. None of us know. Like, none of us even know what the base ability does. Okay, I'm pulling it up.
Is it half Orc or Orc?
It's Orc, and then half Orc. It's a shittier version.
Oh.
Or the same thing. Okay, Adrenaline Rush. You can take the dash action as a bonus action. You can use this trait a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus, and you gain all expended use when you finish a long rest. Okay, so this replaces with short rest. When you use this trait, you gain a number of temporary hit points equal to your proficiency bonus. So at low levels, this is pretty much fucking garbage, except being able to take the dash action as a bonus action every now and then, because your proficiency bonus scales like dog shit. And at high levels, this is pretty much irrelevant because A, your proficiency bonus scales like dog shit, and at higher levels, you probably have an ability that gets you more temporary hit points, and you move faster, or you can take multiple actions in a turn. So this is retarded. You know what would be cool?
It would actually be pretty strong with a character with a high dexterity or initiative bonus, because then you could actually get to the enemy
except at level 2 as a rogue, you can do this all the time. You can just take dash as a bonus action. So you know what would make this feel more like an Orc? Because it's supposed to be like an adrenaline rush. It's like an alternate rage. If this just lasted, for a minute, because it's like an adrenaline rush, right?
Yeah.
You want me to feel like I'm playing an Orc? Okay, great. So give me this like once per combat. And by once per combat, I mean like the combat. Like, I want to feel like I want to feel like I'm in the movie Wanted, where I had an adrenaline rush and everything moves slower. I want to feel like someone cast the fucking haste spell on me.
Yeah.
So instead of temporary hit points, why don't you do resistance? Is that too strong?
I don't know.
Is that busted?
How
about proficiency bonus per short rest?
Yeah, because your temporary hit points can only go up to a +6 maximum.
Right. Whereas if I
and you're level 18 when you get to that. So 6 hit points at level 18 is, 2 at level 1 can be helpful.
But if you're like a barbarian as your class, then you already have when you're raging, you already have resistance when you're raging.
Right. So the way you would design this ability is it doesn't invalidate raging as a barbarian. It enhances that, because then you want to be like an archetypal Orc barbarian, or you want this to be strong enough that if they're playing like an Orc rogue, that this does something cool for them when they're not a barbarian. So
what if you like double your movement? If so long as you're moving in a straight line towards an enemy and you are ending your turn in an attack.
Right, because adrenaline rush.
Which I think that's how the enemy Orcs work.
Yeah, because an adrenaline rush gives you tunnel vision. So that's a good idea. Instead of dashing as a bonus action, be like, okay, as long as you move your full move, as long as you're moving at least say 10 feet in a round.
Look up the monster manual like orc, because I think the monster manual orc works like that. But for some reason, when they made it a playable race, they didn't give it the same.
Yeah,
because I want to say they are able to like move if they're moving towards an enemy, they get like double speed or something. Like
aggressive. It's a totally different ability.
Yep.
Yeah, this is stupid. Well, that dash.
Yeah, but it's gonna be towards a hostile creature. And there's no amount. There's no like. It's not really limited at all.
Right, but this is technically worse than the actual playable character race because you don't get the temporary hit points.
No, yeah, you don't.
But they can just do this whenever.
Yeah, they don't have a limit to it.
Yeah.
They can do it the entire combat.
Yeah, so your player racial ability should at least be on par with the fucking monster manual one. Holy shit. So, anyways, I don't know. I think we've proven that in like 5 minutes we can come up with a better suitable quote unquote enhancement to the orc ability than these fucking losers that are literally getting paid probably a lot of money to design a game that's been in development for years.
I might like give them, instead of, because of temporary hit points, give them maybe a I would say maybe a minus to armor class, but a bonus to saving throws, or maybe just a bonus to like will saving throws. Like you can't be charmed or
we can't be frightened, or
can't be frightened would be a good one.
If you want to increase the risk reward, you can say you have like the reckless ability, like you have attacks against you have advantage, but you get +5 to attack or something.
Yeah,
anything, literally anything. That gives me a fucking reason to play orc. Like, holy shit, this ability on the orc is great. Or come up with much better feats for races. Like,
they really do need to, because a lot of the races, it's kind of like, okay.
Yeah, there's basically no fucking reason to play them. It's ridiculous.
I think isn't there an elf that gets Misty Step, which is pretty good.
Pretty much all.
Yeah, but even all those those abilities that
they're great.
That races get, where it's like you can cast a spell, it's like once per rest or whatever. It's like, I mean.
Oh no, the Astral Elf just straight up gets a bonus action teleport up to 30 feet, equal to your proficiency bonus now.
Okay.
Like, that's why I'm bouncing around everywhere. That's why my character is super survivable even at high levels. Because if Josh sends anyone to me that has like a melee attack or whatever, I'm like, okay, I'm just going to teleport away behind cover and then shoot you and take my full attack. Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. Like, elf, half elf, variant human, and like maybe a couple other races. Yeah. Exactly, like the one you started off with.
Yeah. And some people say variant human is too powerful, but I disagree, because a lot of races get something, and
you don't have dark vision.
Yeah,
exactly.
The standard human really doesn't. Just it would be terrible to play.
Yeah. Oh, I have an idea. Stop giving every fucking race but human dark vision.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How about that? How about we
I don't
start
think Halfling
there?
has dark vision.
I
think they used to in 3.5, but
yeah, I think a sub race of Halfling. That's the Underdark Halfling is the Darkling.
Okay.
I'm just making.
Yeah, it should be more like, honestly, it should be like 50-50 on whether a race has or doesn't have dark vision.
Yeah, like you can take stuff away from things.
Unless you're saying like almost all the races are nocturnal. I don't know.
Retarded.
It doesn't make sense.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. If you don't want to make orcs look like black people, you shouldn't give them dark vision, so they're up hunting at night, should you? Damn. Now they all come with a little unbuttoned flannel button shirt, I guess. That's part of your starting gear, because William was saying they're Mexicans.
Oh, is that what you heard?
That's what I heard. Yeah, that's what I heard. Orcs get now.
Rather than choosing a celestial revelation,
gives you resistant to cold and cold climate weather. You get a bonus to your save.
That is sort of fixed for the rest of your character's life. You now get to choose that whenever you use that trait. And so again, there are fun new.
Wait, hold on. What did you say?
Celestial resistance, I think you said.
A celestial revelation that is sort of fixed for the rest of your character's life. You now get to choose that whenever you use that trait. And so again, there are fun new.
So like the astral elf ability, where every time I long rest, I could just swap out a skill proficiency. They're
probably something like that. I don't know what a celestial revelation is, to be honest with you.
Sounds like something similar to that, or it's probably like the Azimar's resistance, where now you get to pick. I mean, they're basically saying, okay, well, we're gonna make the racial abilities more modular now.
Yeah, which is good.
So, yeah, I don't know. I'd have to think about it.
Options everywhere in the book, species included.
Well, we're about at time, but we are going to have a series of these videos coming out every single day during the weekdays.
Oh, hell
we
yeah.
are going to be going over different features in the player's hand.
We have so much content. Thank you, Wizards. We have so much content now. The EFAP
handbook. We're going to be going over every subclass, every class, rules glossary, spells. I hope everyone doesn't get sick of me, because we're going to talk about this every single day. I'm very excited that all 3 of these books are up for pre.
All right, can't wait. Thanks. Wow. Oh man, 16 backgrounds. Now you can be a wayfarer farmer. Does that mean I have to deliver furniture to people before I became an adventurer?
Yeah, I guess so.
Wow. What is species?
Yeah, we can't use race anymore.
Are you fucking kidding me? Is that true? Is that true, Kyle?
It sounds like it's true. Seems like it's true.
Wow. They did.
They did what?
They did. They changed race to species.
Yeah. Yep. A lot of games are doing that. Even Shadow of the Demon Lord, I think, calls them ancestries or something like that.
God, this is so fucking.
Nobody uses race anymore. I don't think if we came up with an RPG and used race, they would.
I'm just tired of people redefining words.
Yeah.
To the point where they don't mean anything. Like, species has a biological definition. Like, if you're talking about a species, like in the animal kingdom,
yeah,
that means something. Now it means sweet fuck all. I don't know. Whatever. It's just more. Every day is a living nightmare, William.
That's it.
I'm officially jaded. I've hit the age where I'm just a jaded boomer.
Well, they've been talking about that for a long time, getting rid of race. They don't want to use that word. They don't want to bring it up. So,
okay,
seems like it's being brought up right now.
It is
by them not using it.
Yeah. They said, didn't they say in the video race? So they don't even know their own terms.
Freudian slip.
Yeah. So hey guys, you're behind the times, you fucking bigots. This is actually an interesting idea. So ability score adjustments are tied to the background you select rather than the fucking race that you choose. I'm not using your language, fuck you.
I don't think that's what it said.
I don't give a shit.
Read the script.
No, fuck you.
Say the word.
No, I'm not playing as much as they want me to play a fucking anthropomorphic cat, a cat girl. I'm not playing a fucking new species.
Yeah.
I'm playing a race.
Hey, cat girls are OP.
I'm just playing human from now on. Since this game wants me to be an infant, I'm just gonna play a human, and I'm gonna play a 6'4" human that weighs about 200 pounds, is 33, and you know, any other doxable information I want to select. Blonde hair, obviously, beard, slightly undershaven. Origin feat. Okay, so now everyone gets a feat at first level like you used to.
Good.
Or that was an option.
Yeah.
Oh, every background comes with one, so it's like the background.
But you get
also
a
get a
background feed. So I don't know if you even get to choose it. It might be something.
No, I think it's like tied to it.
Well, no, this is but it's like a creation feat. So it's like everyone gets a bonus feat now, but it's a specific like it's okay. We'll see if they give you your background feature and then you get another feat, or if the features basically become the feats, the origin feats.
Yeah, because like certain backgrounds gave you certain skills, you know, and you know, athletics or whatever, boat stuff. So this might be a feat where you can, you know, read real fast or something. You know, it might not be that great.
Right. Yeah, the fact that these lazy assholes with a straight face go on this camera and they talk about how great it is that they just took the features out of the background and they replaced it where they call them an origin feat now, and I'm supposed to fucking clap for you? Like, why don't you do more stuff like this? I mean, this is just the same thing, right? I don't like this anymore again. I thought this was interesting, but then I just realized, oh, you literally just carved out ability adjustments and just put it in the background. Like, is that really going to matter? No. I'm just going to fucking choose the background that gives me the... And then they're just going to come out with a fucking optional rule where I can do any ability score I want to any ability. So who cares? Stupid. All right, you guys want to see the feats, the character origin? Do you have time
I think
for that?
the one thing that probably would have to be fixed the most from 5.0 would be balancing the martial versus like the spellcasters.
Yeah, I mean they that's always been a problem though. In fact, that's probably like the big toughest challenge in any fantasy role-playing game. Because think about it, like you're just a fucking guy with a sword and a shield. And this guy's a literal wizard that can summon, that can create meteor showers. So now they used to balance it by means of magic items, where they're like, okay, so in like 3.5 it was much more tiered in like Pathfinder. But they fucked that up in 5th edition because they're like, ooh, magic items are so rare. You're gonna be so psyched. You're gonna get so hard when you come across a magic item in the wilderness. We're not even gonna tell you what they're priced at. You're gonna have to roll, and your DM's gonna have to figure it out based on blah 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 metrics. Like in the older editions, as a fighter, you're like, okay, well, I can keep up with the wizard because I can take a bunch of feats like Mage Slayer and, you know, the equivalent of Polearm Master, and I can get magic resistance, or I can get armor where they have to do so, like it has resistance on it. Basically, like I can get a magic item to bypass their spell damage. You know what I mean? Like I could get a weapon that does.
And you
more
can
damage.
even make one. I mean, 3.5 had crafting rules for.
Yeah, you could craft shit, and the martial characters got way more attacks than they do in 5th edition. Way more attacks. Like there's a reason why in 5th edition the best martial build is like 2 levels of Warlock and any non-caster, so you could just take fucking Eldritch Blast.
Yeah.
Like that's because it's just the best option that's repeatable, and it scales with your level. Where they decided to do this weird shit where it's like, oh, at 5th level actual class levels you get extra attack, but it also doesn't stack with other classes that give you extra attack. Like that's retarded. when my cantrip by 11th level does, or level 11 or 13, when my cantrip gives me 3 attacks, but the martial class has to take 11 to 13 levels of a shitty martial class to get this equivalent amount of attacks.
Yeah.
Like, that is dumb. So it used to be, ironically, it used to be closer in balance because of a couple of things that they kind of nerfed in 5th edition. So whatever, it is what it is. But
so when you're making your character now, you will first choose your class.
okay.
What did I do before I was a member of that class? And what do I know about my character's childhood? And so it's when you start pondering those.
What? Why do I give a shit about my childhood? What? Okay.
Questions that you turn toward the character origins chapter. And you will essentially be going.
Do I have to say they're infantilizing this game? Did I say that already to you guys?
Yeah.
Did I mention that?
They're dumbing it down and yeah.
Did I mention that already? Jesus fucking
Back
Christ.
in time.
What is this weirdo doing? Smoking crack? Watching these kids go by? What is this?
Your character's backstory. So again, you
This
start
guy.
with your
Hold on.
class, then you'll ponder, well, what was my character's background? And that will essentially be.
Look at this guy. Smoking fucking pipe weed.
Yeah.
Well, this little actually kind of looks like they're trying to draw a little anime girl in D&D. That's
Which
going
has no
back in
place.
time.
Huh?
Has no place in D&D either.
Yeah, I'm
My
not going to read.
opinion.
I'm not going to read any more into that.
Time in your character's backstory. So again, you start with your class, then you'll ponder, well, what was my character's background? And background is all about not only what you did prior to becoming an adventurer, but also where you did it. You know, were you a sailor? Were you a criminal? Were you an acolyte in a temple? Were you a sage? And then you keep going back in time in your character's origin to your birth. And that's when you then ponder your character's species. And your species choice and your background choice together combine to give you a number of critical game capabilities that will really help flesh out your character. Background has far more weight for your character now than it did in the 2014 rules. People in the Unearthed Arcana process got to see a preview of this, where in addition to giving you proficiencies, as backgrounds previously did, backgrounds also now all give you a feat at first level. They also determine ability score bonuses for you when you make your character. And these are ability score bonuses that really are rising up out of how your character spent their time prior to embarking on the wilds of adventure.
It's not exactly what I was thinking when I was saying, man, I wish there were more mechanical incentives to role-playing your character.
Yeah.
Like Kyle, how many pages of backstory did you write for Shump?
Quite a bit.
Oh, is Kyle?
Yeah, Kyle.
Oh, he dipped. Oh man, okay. Well, I'll say it. So Kyle wrote like 8 pages for Shump, to the point where he wants to do like a Shump, like that's gonna be what motivates a Shump prequel. I just, God, it. Like, thanks for having to hold my hand. Like, this is literal baby's D&D. That I can't even write my own backstory.
It is, and it makes something like Pathfinder look a lot more mature.
Yeah, I was gonna say, okay, guys, maybe it's time to start investing in Pathfinder 2nd edition. Maybe it's time to start learning that, or the thing Matt Mercer was working on, if he's doing that, or whatever Kobold Press is coming out with. Yeah.
And those two things in particular, the ability score adjustments that backgrounds bring, as well as the feat, mean your background will have an effect on your character for your entire career. And that was
really. Do I have to pay taxes now or something? Like, do I?
Yes,
Is it
yeah.
going to? Is it like I was abused as a child and I was raised by a single mother, so I have like a permanent penalty to my charisma? I have like a significant lack of confidence with people of the opposite sex because I was raised to be a simp. So that's my background feature.
something that was not
Oh man.
necessarily the case in 2014 backgrounds, except for perhaps the proficiencies you got.
Right.
You would still enjoy those throughout your career. But now there are more parts of your character that are forever affected by your character's background. Now, to support the use of feats at first level, we have now divided feats up into categories because we don't want a first level character to be plunged into the deep end of the feat pool.
Of course,
we want you to be able to.
Right, of course not. This is getting dangerously close to sounding like they just copied the Pathfinder 2nd Edition feat system and ability system, where Pathfinder, like people say, Pathfinder 2nd Edition, like the combat drags so much more now because there's so much bookkeeping and math and variables you have to apply that kind of don't really matter, but the character building, the progression is super deep now. It's super deep. It's way more enjoyable than 5th edition. That's what I heard. And this is getting dangerously close to sounding like they just fucking ripped that off, where they're like, okay, well, if we're not going to throw you in the deep end. So when you get a feat, it's going to, what? Is it going to scale? Is the feat going to give me subsequent abilities every time I level or something?
Yeah.
That's what it's starting to sound like, which they already kind of have done on some of these. So, which they should. Like if I start off with a certain race or whatever, like I should get something at 3rd, something at 5th. Like give me more cool things to play with. I'm never going to be mad because you give me more toys to play with.
Yeah, like Shadow of the Demon Lord actually has, so certain races get certain abilities at certain levels. They have, you start at level 0, cool. You start with what your race starts with, and then you pick a path at level 1, and you start with that starts with, and then at level 2, I think you get another racial, then at level 3, you can pick a expert path.
Yeah, that sounds awesome.
Yeah, at level 4, you get another of your novice. They call the first path novice path. So you get another novice path ability. And then at level 6, I think you get another something. But every level, it's something. And then you do whatever path you choose, you'll get some choices to that ability. But
right, which is real progression that actually affects you like the rest of your life.
Yeah.
In your adventuring career. Also, it actually does make you unique instead of what they're talking about, which is like, let's come up with a really stupid surface level idea to make everyone feel like a special snowflake.
It's the best system. The only thing is you start with static stats and then you get certain level ups. Like you can increase one ability point here and there and what have you. But the thing is that it's so streamlined and you can choose it. The multi-classing is the best I've seen, and I don't think they can copy that because Schwalb owns, and he used to work for 5th edition, and it was his idea to do it that way. And I think he was shot down by, might be Mike Merles or I don't know, allegedly somebody, but some of his ideas got shot down. But that could have been 5th edition.
Yeah, one of these fucking guys. So. Shit, I forgot what I was gonna say. Yeah, no, that sounds great, and yeah, you should trademark or patent the design of that, the mechanics of that. Just be like, fuck you, you guys are never coming close to this. In Shadow of the Demon Lord, I remember what I was gonna ask. Like, there's nothing stopping you from starting at level 5, right?
No.
Okay.
No,
well,
it'd probably be easier than D&D.
Yeah. So you just say, so if level 1, everyone has static stuff to the point where it's like, yeah, you're basically just a peasant, but you have to start somewhere because this is where the progression system starts. Everyone has to start at 0. Well, then, yeah, just start at like level 3 or 5, where you can, allocate your points and already start off on a certain path. It's like if in Diablo 2 you got to start at like level 10, like, oh sweet, I'm gonna go into Necromancer, I'm gonna spec this, I'm gonna put this many points into these abilities and start going down my little spider web tree of character progression.
Yeah, I mean it's very similar to 5th edition. So if you can start 5th edition at level 3, you can start this. You just take your novice path, you get those, then you take your 2nd level racial path, you get those, and then 3rd level you can the expert classes are basically fighter, thief, wizard, or so your novice path is like magician, warrior, rogue.
So kind of like Final Fantasy.
Yeah, so you start off as and then you can either choose. So there's no real prerequisite. So if you want to start off as warrior and then go to thief at 3rd level, you can.
Yeah, that's great.
And you get everything that a 3rd level thief has, but you probably won't get the 1st levels.
So then you build your profession, or do you reach like a certain prestige class or something like that?
Well, you pick a novice so that's your thing, and then your first prestige class, that's your expert path. So that's where you would choose either wizard, fighter, cleric, druid, and then at 7th level there's a master, and that's where you choose like dreadnought. So you're like a heavy armor specialist, or fire mage, or
you'd be like a pyromancer,
like your last tier weapon master.
So say I'm like level 12, and instead of going,
goes up, so the first book, core book goes up to level 10.
Okay,
they have an expansion book. I think that'll take you to 20.
Okay, well, so say I'm level 10 or whatever, and I just pick like every novice class, like I multi-class, so I'm like every novice. Is there a profession for that's called, or am I just
you're not able to pick every novice class? You have to pick when you get to expert. You have to pick an expert class, but then when you get to 7th level, you can either pick another expert class or you can pick a master class.
Okay, so there are certain points in your progression when you level where you can deviate, like they allow you to deviate from what you're on.
The thing is, like, let's say I chose warrior and then I wanted to go wizard at 3rd level. I can, and I'll be able to do some things, but I won't be if I start as a magician, I would have a lot more cantrips, a lot more spell points.
You become like a battle mage instead of an actual wizard. Yeah, and there's probably not a name for it in the game, but you're basically a battle mage, like unofficially.
No, there actually is a battle mage, but there's a thing of there's a school of magic called battle, and so you would get those spells, and those spells,
Right, but is there like, so say when you hit 3rd level or whatever, you're like a novice as a fighter, and then at the point where they allow you to deviate into another thing, like a magician or whatever, is that called something officially in the game? Like,
no, you could just go into wizard or.
Okay, so you just go into a different. Okay, gotcha. That was my question.
So then your title would be wizard, but you would still have your warrior abilities, and you would still get level ups in warrior. Like I think at 4th level you get another novice thing, so you would still gain at.
Shit! So it's almost like the old Gestalt, kind of like exalted mechanics of.
But again, if you want to be a caster, start as a magician. It's the best way.
Okay.
You'll see if you ever see it, but
it
still allows you to kind of mix and match. So like, I could start off as a fighter, and then we have no healing in the party. So at 3rd level, I decided to go paladin, and that'll give me some. Now most paladins who really want to heal would start as a cleric. Then you have a lot more healing. I would be more of a fighter-based paladin where I'm more effective at combat.
Right.
So I've healed.
Right. You're kind of splitting your skill abilities. There are these guys that I have to hit them up. I haven't talked to them in a while, but they were working. They're indie guys. It's not like a big company, but they were working on an RPG system, and I would love for them to release a final version of that if they haven't, because we demoed their system like 2-3 years ago. The first convention we did, we met them there, and we demoed it, and man, it was a blast. Like it. Let me think how to explain this. So it was like the closest thing to a Diablo 2 or like a Path of Exile that I've ever played in tabletop RPG. Because it's basically a classless system. It's almost like, Dark Souls or whatever, where you are a character, and at each level you get a certain amount of points to allocate, and you allocate those points to abilities and features and feats, whatever you want to call it. So it wasn't even, there was literally no oh, I'm this or that. It's okay, well, I want to buy a fireball, and at level 1, like you there was even kind of a risk versus reward system where you could buy you had access to like most of the spells in the game, but if you bought them for their base points, they sucked ass, right? Because it's still balanced at low level to high level. Yeah. But say by level 10 in their game, or whatever the equivalent of like the midpoint of the game is, if you literally wanted to be the best goddamn sorcerer that cast fireball in the history of this game, you could buy fireball, put all of your points into damage, like the ability to say give people that have resistance to fire damage, they lose resistance. Like you could be that character that's like One Punch Man. You could be basically like One Punch Man in this game system, where you're like, I deal so much damage with one punch, I destroy anything that I hit.
Yeah.
Like that, you could do that. You could go as deep as you wanted to, or as wide as you wanted to. And to me, like someone who's, I guess at this point, kind of a veteran of like tabletop RPGs, man, that game was so fucking fun. Because you could do whatever the hell you wanted. Whereas in D&D now, it's baby's D&D.
Yeah.
It's baby's first D&D.
I like Shadow of the Demon Lord, because you can't go deep. Like if you just want to be a tank, a martial character, then you can go warrior, fighter, weapon master, and do. Or you
but it still sounds kind of restrictive.
Yeah, but you can max or mix and match and start as rogue, and then maybe go into fighter or wizard, and things like that. You can really change things up.
Yeah, it definitely sounds like that would be a good one to scratch that itch. But holy shit, I would love a tabletop RPG that plays like Dark Souls, where it's basically classless, except maybe
or even something like Skyrim, where the more you do something,
Yeah. Oh my god. There you go. If you could implement that effectively into a tabletop RPG, you've just solved all of the how do I incentivize players to roleplay. Like you just solved that problem. The only problem is
like let's say your character has a swim skill and they don't swim, and so they can swim, but they probably don't swim very well because they don't do it that much.
Yeah, that would be fucking hilarious. Oh man. Oh shit, William, we got to build this game. I'm already envisioning it. Like here's how you quantify. Sorry, folks. Here's our tangent on RPG dev time with William and Brian. All right, so here's how you build it. Here's how you quantify it so that you can actually do this as like milestones in the game. So I'm sure in the background of Skyrim, the AI is like calculating every time you are swimming for like how often. you know how like you could just walk against a wall, crouch, and you increase your sneak skill because you're just crouched behind a guy. So you have a system similar to 5th edition or D&D where you have ability checks, like skill checks.
Mm-hmm.
And so you just set it up where like every time you use a skill check, and obviously the DM would have to arbitrate this, so a player didn't just like spam an ability check to be like, oh, I did my stealth roll 10 times for no reason, so now I leveled up stealth. You like the DM would be the moderator of this, but you could have like at every certain level, if a player does X so many times, then yeah, you just level that skill or you level that ability. And just like Skyrim, where when you level, you're like, okay, you can put points into your base stats. You do that in this game. Yeah, that would be a fucking fun tabletop experience. And you literally, and that's your progression. You literally just have players do and then you could have all kinds of different abilities. You could have like 250 different skill checks, because think about all the shit you can do in a fantasy game. Like it's not just about swimming, it's about like you could go almost back to 3.0 where you had like 40 different skills instead of just them combining move silently and stealth and whatever, and just hide like a stealth. Remember how they were split? Remember in like 3.5 there was like 4 skills for every one there are in 5th edition, or like 2 or 3.
Yeah.
And then in Pathfinder they started condensing them. So stuff like that. Oh man, that would be fun. Yeah, I would love a game like that. So either a game where the progression was just points and you used your resources to buy abilities, and that was the progression. So it was just a classless RPG. Or something like you're talking about, where it was like Skyrim, the tabletop role-playing game.
I mean, you could set it up where if you had an RPG with points where people could allocate points when they level up, like 3rd edition.
That's what I'm saying.
They're only allowed to allocate points into skills they actually used that level.
Yeah, exactly. And then you could still achieve the basically a classless RPG.
Like if you didn't pick a lock, then you can't raise your pick lock skill.
Right. Yeah, you'd have to do it that way. But that way you would still be able to moderate, how often they did a skill. I mean, the DM or the players, like the character sheet would just be like a giant notepad of them making like tally marks every time they did something. But that's okay. I mean, whatever. That's fine. Or like little bubbles. You just like bubble it in. And then in Skyrim, you're like, you have extra abilities where your prereq is like, you need to have this skill at this high. Like you'd have to have this skill. Yeah. And then it's like, a surprise, the better you are at doing something, the better you get at it. So just like Skyrim or, even Oblivion or Morrowind, really any of the Elder Scrolls games, like by the time you get your sneak skill to like 10, well, now you get more damage, because when you hit someone in stealth and they're unaware of you, you get a critical hit, like stuff like that. Or in this game, if it was based on D20 system, it would realistically be like that's where they increase their crit range, to like an 18 to 20 instead of a 20. So stuff like that. And then people couldn't really abuse the game, because it's not like, oh, I'm going to find the quickest way to this, because they still have to be a certain level. It's like, no, I really want to do this and I want to do that. So I'm going to increase these 2 skills so I can become, this archetype or whatever. So,
yeah.
Damn. Yeah, we should just design a tabletop RPG system. Fuck it. It's like, well, comics suck. Might as well make our own comic book. Fucking RPG systems suck. Might as well make our own RPG system. So, chat. Tell us if you've ever played a classless tabletop role-playing game, and if so, Was it good? Like, what's your favorite? If you've played one, what's your favorite classless tabletop RPG or role-playing game system? And this third party came out with a quote-unquote Dark Souls RPG system that is tied to 5th edition D&D, and holy shit, that game is awful. Like,
really?
the theme is cool. Like, they have some interesting way to work in the video game like mechanics of Dark Souls into a tabletop game. So I respect them for that, but the balancing is awful. Like, it's like they didn't even hire an editor. Like, there's some stupid shit that's just like misspelled and it's grammatically fucked up, or like they forgot to include a term, like an important term to define how the ability works. Just I don't know, just terrible, embarrassing editing. But I recommend people go to Lizards and Locations, because we played a game of it live with those guys, and it was super fun and it was hilarious. So, speaking of live Let's Play D&D, but anyways, yeah, post it in the chat.
Sample feats, and to have that sampling be curated so that the feat you get from your.
All right, let's count the. Jesus Christ. Okay, William. This is like one of those. It's like Where's Waldo, where they're like, "Hey, spot the number of woke diversity." Spot the number of DEI checkboxes in this scene. So you've got the weird half haircut. I guess that's like the new lesbian cut. I don't know what that's supposed to mean or inspire. But there's that. There's the guy who's way too overdressed. I guess if I had to guess, I'd guess this guy has a British accent because he looks like Doctor Who.
I would think so, and he's left-handed, so.
Oh, he's left-handed. That's a good one. Yeah.
So we got diversity there.
Yeah. Because you can't have a white guy that's not diverse enough, so he has to be left-handed. And he has this weird like why is he holding the sheath to his little slender? It's like a cane sword.
That's the worst looking sword.
That's fucking awful.
Or maybe, okay, so he's using the sheath as a weapon. So he's actually right-handed. So take that back. See, this art is so terrible, and these nauseating colors, cell shading like this.
The cell shading, yeah. It's so. God, it's not good cell shading. That's the problem. No. So we got to get Luke on. We got to get Luke on next time to look at this art so he can point out some. I'm sure we're missing a ton of shit.
Yeah.
About the art, but look how he smacks this incorporeal ghost, zombie. I guess he's super metal because he has a mohawk or something. But he smacks off his jaw. So this must be magic. Whatever. They obviously haven't thought about this that much. I'm not gonna think about this that much.
It looks like the clothes are pretty modern. Isn't she wearing like a t-shirt and a?
Yeah, basically, yeah.
T-shirt. You can pick that up, and he's wearing like a overcoat.
That's what I'm saying. That they're like fucking cosplayers.
It's like.
Also, the obvious wheelchair, right? That's an obvious one. The glasses.
This, D&D is supposed to, I don't know, look medieval or maybe a Ren Fair, but this doesn't look like any of it. That guy's wearing a coat. He should be at Dickens Fair.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, he's dressed like a Doctor Who.
Yeah,
he's dressed like a doctor. Doctor Who.
Just dressed as just a chick.
Yeah, this girl just looks like your average San Francisco girl that's cosplaying at an anime convention. because she's played D&D. She loves D&D. She just started playing, so she looked at the Wikipedia page and was like, oh, I'll order some shit off of Etsy and put my own costume together. I mean, I've literally seen people like that at conventions. So, the eye patch, right? So she's handicapped. I guess this is a bard. Like, why are they up?
Fuck, I have no idea.
Weird.
If it's a bard, why is it holding some sort of instrument or something? Give us that.
Yeah, I don't know. This mage looks like a. Honestly, she looks more like she would be in either Cyberpunk or what's that game? Shadowrun?
Yeah.
This looks like a Shadowrun page.
Yeah.
For those of you who aren't familiar with Shadowrun, it's like sci-fi fantasy, but not like Cyberpunk. It's like, it's not steampunk. I don't know. It's hard to explain. It's like a retro futuristic aesthetic but with like fantasy characters. So like, this, like the fact that this guy is dressed like he's from the 1800s to now, but he's in a fantasy world. Just like, it looks like they have shit and technology.
None of it fits.
Yeah.
It just, to me, that's not D&D.
Yeah, like they look like they're from a world that
like somebody should have a helmet on, maybe some chainmail.
Right. That, yeah, exactly. The fact that none of them have armor is very it's I don't know, just
a shield, maybe somebody holding a shield, you know.
Right.
Kind of iconic things, wouldn't you think? D&D.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, how close can we get to the modern world, but I guess still have people using magic? Which that's pretty much Shadowrun. Just make fucking just play Shadowrun. Yeah. It's already a tabletop RPG. I played it back in the day. I'm sure it's still out there.
Yeah, I think there's a 5th edition for that.
There you go. So if we put these side by side, I almost want to do an experiment where we get art from that and this and put them side by side and be like, which one is D&D? Which one is the official?
Yeah, it's like, who is this for? It's not for us. I mean,
we
think
know
Dungeons and Dragons. I don't picture any of those characters or effects or.
Come on, you already know the answer to that question, though. Hmm? It's for people who, it's for a theoretical person who's never going to play this game and buy their merchandise. That's who this is for. It's for a customer that almost doesn't exist. Like the person who would be into this, that's why I was like, they're like, OMG, I read about Wikipedia D&D, so I love D&D.
Yeah.
Like, it's the idea of, hey, look, we can get so many more new people into playing D&D and buying the book if we change the art style to something that's completely alien to what people who actually play the fucking game expect to see. So we actually play D&D. We've been playing D&D for decades, and to us, we're like, what the fuck is this? But
but enough people will overlook it because they're so into D&D and the fear of missing out that they'll just stomach it and buy it anyway. And that's what they're counting on.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be my group because Kyle and I's D&D group are like pretty normie guys. It's not like they care nearly as much as you and I care about it. It's like they'll just accept it because they already came into the game new, fresh on 5th edition. So they kind of expect this kind of stuff. So, like, there's probably, I'd say probably like a 15% chance I could convince our DM to run our campaigns using any other system besides 5th edition. Like it'd be a huge giant uphill battle to even like, maybe if it was like a one shot and I was like, hey guys, do you want to try a one shot of like Shadow of the Demon Lord? But like I'd have to run it, you know what I mean? Like they're not going to go out of their way.
Yeah.
So
I understand that. New systems can be tough, but I wouldn't I wouldn't sell Shadow of the Demon Lord if I didn't. First of all, very close to D. If you played 5th edition, it's going to be a walk in the park. So
yeah, that's
again, more streamlined combat, goes faster, but it doesn't. You still have choices. It isn't just laid out for you, and there really is no broken paths. Like for people who want a power game, I guess you can, but you're not going to break your character choosing a certain path that
Right. I think that
like
I think
in
that's
3rd edition, you could break your character pretty easily.
Oh, easy. 3.5, I probably broke every possible, even in Pathfinder, I broke that game on multiple occasions. Even in 5th edition, I found a way to break the game till they eroded it. Yeah, so what was I gonna say? Yeah, like something like that. That's a baby step towards something if the mechanics are similar. I was gonna say, I think the secret to a successful RPG is streamlined combat. I mean, maybe this is common sense, but like streamlined combat. The combat's fun. It's easy to get into, but deep character builds. Because then people will love to play the game just to build characters.
Yeah, that's why I'd probably wait for Shadow of the Weird Wizard. I think that's going to be a little bit more in depth. Rules are going to be similar and builds are going to be similar, but characters are going to have a little bit more survivability. It'll be more epic fantasy, and I think he made the casting a little bit more complete. Because the thing about Shadow of the Demon Lord, it also incorporates Warhammer, where somebody's going to die every session.
Oh, shit. Hell yeah. There you go.
It's one of those where certain monsters, just seeing them, you have to make a will saving throw or be frightened. And there's a lot of those because it's a horror setting.
Right.
So, you better have a good will score. Otherwise, you're going to be frightened and you're going to be at a minus to do things. But it really is such a great system. And I think a lot of these ideas would have gone into 5th edition, but you know how things go,
Yep. Probably got booed on all of the good stuff. So this is what we're fucking left with. Bloated, bland, and gay.
Background is from a special selection of feats that are appropriate for a starting character. And so those feats are now in a category called origin feats, appropriately enough.
Because art's just so stupid. Like, the grotesque, hideous monsters are there, but this character is like, it's like, this is supposed to be an actual character in the actual world, not a player. Like, I mean, maybe if they're evil, but like they take such glee. They're like, oh, this is fun. This is like a nice jovial jaunt in the park. Like, no, this should be fucking serious.
Yeah.
Like, god damn.
Well, again,
yeah.
Child, whatever it.
Yeah, they're infantilizing this game that used to drive people into a fucking panic and petition Congress to get banned because it was so bad. It was the devil. Yeah. How dare you try to sully my sweet child? Now it's, how dare you make my demons into fucking baby cats? Like, it's literally the inverse of what D&D was. Like, we're the ones like, oh, please God, make it.
And it was written at an adult level, so as a kid, it really challenged me to get through those books. That's why they pretty much had a basic set. That's why I started with. But again, the writing was not dumbed down, so you had to raise your game, get out a dictionary, whatever you had to do. And I think it made me a better reader, writer.
Oh, for sure. Same here. Like anything
you got to stretch that muscle, you know.
Anytime I'm thinking about like even in my day job, I use my brain more because I'm like, okay, well, let's think about this and the logical progression of this. And I was trying to build fantasy worlds when I was a kid. I was like, oh man, this is how I would run if I was a DM. You know, once I learn all the mechanics, this is the world I'm going to make. So yeah, it's so, God, it's so embarrassing to be alive this long and see this. It's like that Red Letter Media video they did. So another thing I was going to mention is that if you heard Kyle earlier when I was like, okay, let me explain to you the context for damage reduction so I can make my point. He was like, oh no, it sounds like it's going to be a lot of math incoming. Like, you couldn't even, like you said, you couldn't even introduce 3.5 to people who've played 5th edition because their brains will melt. And they're like, oh my God.
If it's slashing, you take 5 points. I mean, the DDO MMO has that. Certain items will be like 3/ piercing, you know.
Interesting.
So 3 points off of every, you know, piercing damage, which that's cool, you know.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's watch a little bit more of this and see if they go anywhere.
Get them as a part of your character origin. Now, even though they're in that category, later on, if you decide to go deeper into feats, you could potentially choose other origin feats for your character as well. But to start...
Oh, so now they're not even locked off to me after level 1? Fuck you guys.
Each person gets just one origin feat.
Gosh, gasp. Like, I'd actually have to make a choice that will affect my character. Like, I have to actually lock in a decision. I've got to have ADD.
That's provided by their background. In addition to the proficiencies your background is providing, as well as the ability score adjustments. Now, those ability score adjustments to me are really juicy because of the flexibility that we provide.
Juicy.
And this is a flexibility that goes beyond any...
It's a weird word. They're so juicy.
Yeah. What?
Yeah. So this is totally incompatible with the current 5th edition because right now your race determines your ability score adjustments, not your background. So that's already like a pretty fucking significant mechanic from the start of the game that's changed. I mean, I guess it won't change after level 1, but like there's no mixing and matching, you know what I mean? It's not like, oh, I'm going to be a current 5th edition human, but I'm going to choose a background from the new 5th edition from 5.5. Oh, how lucky. I just double my starting ability score adjustments.
Yep.
Oh, how lucky. Yeah, that's not going to fucking happen. So
anything that we previewed in Unearthed Arcana. So what we now do in each background is we provide you 3 ability options. And then you as a player decide, am I going to put +2 in one of those 3, and you choose which of the 3, and then +1 in one of the other 2, or am I going to do +1 in all 3? So here's an example. The Acolyte, if you decided your character, whatever class you're a part of, spent their formative years serving in a temple in some capacity, you could choose Acolyte. And the Acolyte background...
Why does he pronounce it like that?
Why does I don't know. There's a show out right now called The Acolyte.
The Acolyte. You're an acolyte, not an acolyte. I mean,
tells you that the 3 abilities that you have the option to adjust are intelligence, wisdom, and charisma. And you have total freedom in which of those you decide gets the +2, which one gets a +1, Or if you maybe don't want to make that choice and just give +1 to all 3.
Right.
We did this because we want backgrounds to interlock with as many appropriate classes as possible. Previously, when we previewed this approach to backgrounds of them providing ability score adjustments, one of the downsides of the playtest version is it kind of hard locked the backgrounds to specific classes.
Yeah.
And we did not want to proceed with that because in some ways that was recreating the exact problem that we were getting away from 2014 Species, because in 2014 these ability score adjustments existed inside the playable species, and one of the reasons we moved it out of there is we didn't like
what a pussy. It's just why whatever.
Like how that drove certain species to be combined with certain classes. We wanted people to feel more free to mix and match. And so here, rather than just recreate the same restriction, we now do have a little bit of a restriction, but you have tremendous amount of flexibility within it. I mean, because you have 3 of the game's 6 abilities to play with, no matter which background you choose. And really, it's just which 3 changes from background to background. And we made sure that there was a broad range of character building options in the different backgrounds to support many different character builds. Like if I jump ahead in the chapter to the guide, for instance, the guide's 3 abilities are dexterity, constitution, and wisdom. That combo means the guide is actually rounds to really make sure 14 background options for certain feats. Now, the abilities 14.
Has this guy ever actually played D&D before? Like,
I don't
they just hire some weird homeless guy off the street with a shitty
He's
haircut.
a spokesperson. I don't think he's a D&D nerd.
I mean, like, maybe it's just me, and I'm in the minority of people that played multiple editions and a bunch of D&D and shit, but does it not become apparent to these guys that you can have 60 backgrounds, but if all of them let you play around with literally half of your abilities, correct me if I heard this guy wrong, but he just said, oh, well, when you pick your fucking species, when you pick your race, you can choose your background, and you'll still be able to play with three, so you have so many build options.
Yeah.
No. What? Like,
yeah.
Okay, let's do the math. So
who's gonna want to play the old way? You know?
Yeah, I mean, what? So how many combinations can you make when all of them let you fuck with half of your? Like, it's not even 6 times. It's not even 36. It's definitely not like 6. It's not a factor of 6, right? Because it's all of them are at least half in different ways. Anyways, my point is, like,
yeah,
they think that maybe they know what I know and they're doing it purposefully, but I wouldn't give them this much credit. They think that like more options but the same outcome equals more options. like they're like, oh, look at all the different build options you have. Yeah, but who cares?
I never had a problem with the ability scores the way they were and how it worked.
Yeah, I never had a problem. In fact, again, the more they let you open, the more they open it up, they water it down. The more they let you interchange ability scores, they water it down. And even in this meta where your game system is like as shallow as a foot puddle, there's going to be something that's slightly better than everything else, and so that's what people are going to play. So at the end of the day, you did all this bullshit, you put all this effort into making all this irrelevant dog shit That's just noise when it comes to me making the optimal character decision. Like, okay, great. So I want to play a warlock. I need charisma and what? Con, maybe dex. Okay, I'm going to pick a background that does that. And I'm going to pick the background or the race that gives me the best ability to do what I want to do as a warlock, like from level 1 to level 12. Like, that's what I'm going to do. Yeah. So you haven't fucking done anything. So they think that, like, restrictions, like, I guess it's just like all these people in the modern era where they're like, oh, restrictions, oh, you're oppressing me you're oppressing me with standards, and like, I need infinite options, I want to be free to do anything. Okay, well, this is what happens. You fuck it all up. Like, there's nothing unique or interesting. Nope. There's no creativity that goes into building that character.
Power creep as well.
Yeah.
Which pretty much, for me, ruins it. I mean, I think right now 5th edition has a good base, good balance between the creatures and what the characters can do.
Yeah. Well, no, there's not even going to be power creep. Because how do you introduce power creep into a system which every option is the same shitty option? Like, you have infinite options because everything's
maybe I
open.
Misunderstood like what he was, but
so what he's saying is it's the natural progression of what they've been trying to do since like the latter half of 5th edition. Is they're removing all restrictions and barriers. So they're like,
so you could start with a tiefling and not take the charisma boost and put it on dexterity or something.
Yeah, exactly. Which makes every tiefling, even they're like, oh, you can go back to your literal birth. Don't you want to create a backstory that goes to the day you were born, so you can choose like how you can be a unique snowflake? No, it doesn't fucking matter, because in the end, when you actually look at the outcomes, every tiefling can be anything, and so no tiefling is special. Like, it doesn't make being a tiefling special at all. And like you said, like, I mean, yes, even in that system, you're gonna have stuff that, like, I wouldn't call it power creep, but it's still just going to be better. So it's like, okay, great. If I'm playing a tiefling, well, I'm going to be playing debt. Whereas if you have restrictions, yes, you can have power creep, but that's what makes people actually creative. That's what makes it fun to min-max and optimize a character. It's like, how do I make the best tiefling when I get a +2 to charisma and a -2 to wisdom or strength or intelligence, whatever you lock that in to be. That's the challenge of the developers. Like, as a game designer, well, how do you make tiefling a good viable option that's balanced with half elf? Well, you definitely don't make a feat called elven accuracy where you get double advantage. That's maybe you start there and work your way backward. Like that's the stuff that they have to think about. But these are a bunch of lazy assholes who have like no creative energy.
Yeah, if you're gonna make a tiefling, make something that's constitution based, like a bard or something like that. I mean, that's kind of does it pigeonhole certain things and stereotypes? Of course, because certain races in the game are more adept at certain things, and certain classes are kind of open to all the races, like fighter, rogue or something like that. But if you're gonna take a tiefling and give him elf stats, then play an elf. I don't know.
Right? No, I agree. But then that creates a hierarchy, and that ironically is emblematic of real life, where like everything isn't balanced. Like, nature isn't a balancing act,
right?
And like the best fiction has elements of real life, like for it to be believable, to get immersed into something that's a fantasy world, it still has to be familiar, right? Like, it has to be familiar enough to the real world. And then you have these retards who are like, why do you care so much about the canon and the mechanics and like how this spaceship operates? If it's a fantasy, it's fiction. It's like because otherwise you throw everything out the window and I have no investment. There's nothing grounding me in this world. If you can do anything you want anytime you fucking want it, and the reason that is because it's a bunch of modern leftist dipshits who are like, oh, if you create if you have a tiefling and that tiefling is pigeonholed into being this and that, well, that creates a hierarchy, and we have to get rid of all hierarchy because everyone has to be equal, which means they have to be equally fucking boring and shitty because we're retarded Marxists.
Well, and the thing is that early role-playing games were never balanced. They were never class balanced. You know, at least in a horizontal way.
Right.
Like in D&D, a first-level wizard could do nothing against a first-level fighter. But when you get to 10th level, now the wizard probably has more of an advantage over the fighter, depending on gear.
Yeah,
but
flip.
The wizard's not going to get to 10th level unless the fighter does their job.
Yeah.
It kind of incorporates teamwork instead of competition. You're not competing against your party members. You want to, accomplish the goal and do your role.
Yeah, exactly. You fit a role really well, which was made it a great cooperative game.
Yeah. But now if nobody has roles because they can put their stats and do whatever they want, then
yeah, or you're like Blizzard. I mean, I kind of blame. That's kind of why I didn't really got into World of Warcraft. To me, it was always like, oh, they're always trying to balance and fuck with the balance of their game.
Yeah.
So that things are level. It's like, do they need to be? Like, do they need to be in
every MMO?
Every aspect
for the most part. Anything with like a PvP element tries to do that. It's like,
yeah,
most people. I don't do a lot of PvP unless it's like team stuff. But
yeah, but then the best you can hope for in that situation then is like a rock paper scissors.
Yeah,
where it's just a three-way thing of like, oh, this thing beats this thing, but loses to this thing, which beats the original thing. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, and the thing, I don't know, but now they've been doing this since, probably 3rd edition, trying to just create like a class balance at level 1. Everybody's the same. And it's not going to work like that well in a high magic setting because there's just no way a martial class is going to do what a wizard can do with some of the spells. You want to change those spells, like in Shadow and the Demon Lord, they don't have wish. They don't have spells like alter reality and shit like that. They don't have it. There's some good spells, but it's not as broken as D&D where you can just basically save or die.
Yeah, there isn't as much of a variance. Well, and they eliminated that for the most part from 5th edition. Like they're pretty much no spell. I mean, yeah, there's still save or suck spells, but it isn't you suck forever. It's like, well, at the end of your turn, you could make a wisdom save to get out of this effect or whatever. So there's really nothing that's like, or like petrification. Like, well, you need to fail like 3 successive con saves in a row for this to like kill you or whatever. Yeah. Or unless you have restoration or whatever. So it's they eliminated that in 5th edition too. Yeah. So I don't know. It's moving in a.
But I mean, I don't care about balance. I don't care if I'm better than the person next to me. Like, because if let's say I'm the tank, okay, there's going to be times that strength checks need to be made. I can make those. Whereas the tiefling could make any charisma checks that the group might need. So pigeonholed, but that's actually could be very useful. And the rogue can do dexterity checks, and the wizard can do so we have the bases covered.
Mm-hmm.
And
yeah, but with this, it's going to be less because you have less variance. It's like less polarization. You have less of a hierarchy between races and classes. You have less archetypes. it's not going to be like that. Everyone's just going to be okay at everything because no one wants to get their feelings hurt because they're little fucking babies playing little baby D&D. So someone who's like, oh, I want to play a healer, they're not going to look at the DPS character and get fucking jealous because they're not the hero of every combat. So it's very very individualistic, very individualistic, very narcissistic.
And to me, parties don't succeed like that. That was probably one good thing about 4th edition is it was team oriented. There were things you could do, shift someone over, and people would discuss. Usually, but then it got too tedious, and it was just combat though. So I liked what D&D, the original 5th edition, had with you want to be a tiefling, you're probably going to be a warlock or a bard, but what's wrong with that?
Okay. Yeah, exactly. There's nothing wrong with that. But people project their retarded ideology into this stuff. Their deep insecurities about what they want to do. They're fucking narcissistic.
Yeah, it's like you can still help the group, and we got charisma covered.
Right, but they don't want to be support. They want to be the hero all the time, and that doesn't work for cooperative stuff. So it's like, hey, kids, you want to be able to heal some? Yeah. Do you want to be able to? That's why in 5th edition even there aren't like huge spikes in damage and healing. It's like everyone can heal a little bit on a short rest, or all you really need is like a healing word to pick a guy back up. It's not as swingy with the damage like it was in 3.5 and Pathfinder, where it's like, oh, I do like 150 damage this turn. And you're like, holy shit, healer, cleric, come hit me. And they're like, okay, I'm going to heal you for like 120. Stuff like that. You're eliminating the variance in the way the game is played. So it's...
The game is pretty much... The history of the game is based on that. Now, we talked about classless games or things like that and like Skyrim and stuff, and that's cool. But still, even in games like that, you almost have to fit a role. It's like you need sort of path. You can't just be, if everybody's a jack of all trades, master of none. I don't know if that helps the party.
Right. But in a classless game, it's not predetermined. Like you're still gonna create an archetype. You're still gonna fit into a role. Exactly. Because you still have limited resources where you can only allocate so many things. Like you could go super wide and be a jack of all trades, but you're not going to be great at everything. So in a party, that's only good if the party makeup is like 2 DPS characters and like a huge tank. Then as a jack of all trades character, you're like, okay, well, I can be a little bit of a skill monkey. I can do a little bit of healing, so it's like, but sometimes you guys are just going to get fucking wrecked, because you don't have someone who's a dedicated healer or like a dedicated support character.
Yeah.
So, but that's what's fun about it. Cause it's like, oh, what strategy works in which situation, like what do we find ourselves up against? So, but yeah, in this, the further and further it moves to, everyone gets to be a little snowflake. Well, in theory, I should say, we want everyone to be feel is the key word. Feel like a snowflake, special snowflake. Then it's going to be like, oh yay, I get to 100 different options. But at the end of the day, we all do the same fucking thing, which is
we're all building towards DPS and what have you for the most part. I played rogues, and even in the early days when they were really shitty, and I didn't always pump out the damage, because you get like one sneak attack, and then that's it, and then you're just regular, a shitty fighter. But boy, I found traps, I opened locks, I did things that nobody else in the party could do.
Yeah, you were the skill monkey, and your role was everything out of combat.
Yeah, my role, I built the character being a trap springer. Like that was all my points. Everything went into that, and then other things second. You know, it was stealth and trap springing. You know, and everything around that. And then, you know, it helped. You know, but I wasn't putting up gaudy numbers. But they wouldn't. There's some areas of the adventure they wouldn't have got through without me.
Well, in 5th edition, rogues are like the highest DPS.
Yeah.
Because it's flipped where it's like, okay, well, the fighter is just now invalidated because we give the rogue to do some extra combat. And this is what I mean, where even when you try to water everything down, so like everyone can do some damage, you're still going to have something that like rises to the top, where like a certain rogue build is really fucking good because, oh, you gave me the ability to do some damage every turn. Well, I'm just going to find the one ability that lets me do that twice. Now the fact that you gave me sneak attack on one attack doesn't matter because I found a way to get 2 sneak attacks a turn. Holy shit, now I do a lot of damage. That's why monks are dog shit in 5th edition, because that used to be the class that had like you weren't going to do the most damage, but you were going to do consistent damage, and you were super survivable, so you could be a pretty good tank. It's like, well, yeah, now everyone is survivable, and everyone can do consistent damage. Like Bard, I always joked about being the most OP class in 5th edition. As soon as I started playing 5th edition, I was like, oh, Bard's ridiculous because you get all the skills. You
get a high initiative. I think your initiative is affected by your proficiency.
It is. Yeah. You get bonuses to initiative.
So if you had alertness with being a bard, and let's say you had some decent dexterity,
you're better than the rogue. Yeah, but you have a lot of good spells. You're charisma based, which for some reason in 5th edition they decided to make like the most easy ability score to like stack into to be a single attribute. So you could just take a feat or like 2 levels of warlock and look, now I have the best cantrip in the game that deals the most consistent damage. So now I'm a fucking bard, but somehow I'm putting up some of the best DPS numbers. Like, what the fuck? Why? That should never happen. Ever. But yeah, that's 5th edition. So it's like, and then people are like, man, Brian, how do you make such powerful builds in this game? It's like, because I'm just following the basic like laws of optimization. But in this game, that's for new players, that's for newbies. You guys don't understand. Like, you fall into the trap of I'm just going to build this character because all the options look the same. It's actually bad for new players too. It's bad. It's worse for them in the long run because they don't know how to learn from this stuff like you and I did when we were playing older versions of the game, and we had to step up to the game's level, not where the game holds your hand and you're just like, oh, I don't ever develop any critical thinking skills, so yeah, I don't know, man. I think I'm almost bored of this fucking video. It's more interesting to talk to you about D&D than it is to listen to this fucking jackass go on about D&D.
I mean, they want to make it where, I don't know. Anyways, I'm not even gonna.
Yeah, let's maybe give this like another minute or 3, and then we can go rip on Rippaverse stuff or something.
Teen Player's Handbook. But ability score increase is now itself a feat. And just like in 2014, you have the option of taking that feat or selecting a different one. And
because we now have given everyone a taste of feats at first level, we wanted to make sure that this book had more feats available, which is why there are 75 of them in this book.
Yeah, and I bet you 50 of them suck ass and do functionally the same shit.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, well, you're going to get an extra d6 of fire damage. Oh, hey, you're going to get an extra d6 poison damage. Oh, hey, you're going to get an extra... Oh, hey, you can get proficiency in this skill. Oh, hey, you can get proficiency in this skill. Oh, hey, 50 of these feats give you a +1 to an ability score instead of your ASI.
This gives you a +2 on armor class.
Yeah, it's like, okay, great. So, again, I'm going to find the one feat that is Elven accuracy, and I'm going to win. It's as simple as that. Like, holy shit. Like, in our current campaign, my character build, this is how worthless going into like just straight a character class is in 5th edition, and I assume it's probably even fucking worse in this version, 5.5. Going like all the way to 20 or high levels is so irrelevant unless you're doing it just to get like the higher level spells, but not the actual capstone of the class. You only have to be level 17 anyways to get level 9 spells. I'm playing a character that does a ridiculous, like one of the highest DPS level characters in the game, and I'm like 5 different classes. I think one of those classes, Ranger, if I'm not mistaken, I'm level 5.
Huh.
And we're level 15. I think I just hit 16. The rest of the characters, I'm like 1, 2, 3, or 4. And it's like one of the best builds in the game because all I need to do, because they front loaded all this shit for level 1, 2, 3, and 4, like all of the best options for the build are like, oh, I take a level of this class, it's busted. Oh, I can take 2 levels of this class, it makes this feature really good. So like, congratulations, you gave everyone the best option at lower levels so new players can feel powerful at low levels and not learn to play the fucking game.
Yeah.
Well, great. I know how to abuse that. So you haven't really done a good service to your game.
I mean, and the thing is, like, Shadow of the Demon Lord doesn't do that, and it also
it sounds like it's impossible.
It limits what you can dip in, but yeah, it's when everything's front loaded like that, yeah, you do 1, 2, maybe 3 levels, and then you're out, and then on to the next thing. And
yeah, and the fact that Shadow of the Demon Lord, you're saying there's like specific pivot points, that's probably a good thing, because then I can't just choose to go, oh, I want some of that and that and that. Like 5th edition D&D is just like a buffet of multi-classing shit, and like that's the secret. And they also removed basically all but one penalty for multi-classing in D&D, because remember, it used to be like pretty penalizing. Like you used to have to jump through several hoops to multi-class, like especially the more disparate the combinations were. Like, oh, you want to be a wizard and like a cleric, or like a paladin and a rogue, or a barbarian. Like, oh, that's gonna be pretty difficult, buddy.
Yeah. You can limit the multi-classing.
Yeah, frankly, they should, but then they'd actually have to put effort into designing their classes.
So that if you do decide to go into the fun customization world of feats, there's more there for you to play with, and the feats have all been enhanced in some cases.
See, like, oh, there's more for you to play with. Oh, this fucking guy, they've been enhanced. Oh, I get a shitty ability on a short rest instead of a long rest now. Wow, such enhance. Much power, thanks.
This is completely redesigned.
Oh my god.
And then there's the whole other half of your origin, your species.
Right, and we've got a lot of new things in the species. We've got new additions. So the orc has joined, Goliaths have joined, and
the Aasimar.
The Aasimar.
And
why? So all this new shit, and they only added 3 races? What? What?
Well, they were focused on other things.
And every one of these species has been revisited, has been enhanced. A number of these enhancements people got to see in the Unearthed Arcana process.
Are very Goliath, because now they're tied to giants. Not surprisingly, if you have the background, a background being a cloud giant in your heritage, then you can kind of, Misty Step away, teleport away, because you're more of a trickster. But it's all based off like hill giant, storm, stone. All of it has different abilities that you can choose from.
And that is a part of the theme that we had with the species, which was to really lean into the fantasy of each one. This is why dwarves now have...
Oh, here it is. Here's the fucking
bacon cookies, or
here's the Dungeons and Starbucks barista.
What is it? Doesn't
the hipster barista
with a tattoo of a beard?
Yeah, the hipster dwarf with the fucking man bun.
Yep, man bun.
The
apron
and
with
a bunch of
fucking rubber dishwashing gloves.
Oh my god! Oh yeah, he's got oven mitts on. Fucking oven
gloves of cleaning.
What is what even is this?
He's wearing a vest and a blue denim shirt.
What is happening? Why is there a forge? There's an anvil. So like these are blacksmiths, but he's bringing baked goods. And there's fucking people sitting out here like they're ordering a hammer. What? What
you don't
the fuck
eat next
is
to
this?
a blacksmith.
Oh my god!
Like, don't you have a dining area?
Oh, apparently not. I mean, they do, but they're like
this is like an immigrant family. There's too many people in that house.
Yeah, this is crazy. There's like no shelvings. They have to carve it into the wall. It's like, what are these people doing? It's like they just. Oh my god!
But look at this. Look at this. So who's
this?
hammering that thing and who's holding it? The man's holding it.
Oh, right.
Chick is hammering him.
Sorry,
Step out of the way, Pee-wee.
Yeah, I was. I was too distracted by the fact that the scene makes no fucking sense to even notice.
Is that Uncle Ben? Remember Uncle Ben's rice?
Oh yeah. Oh my god. Fucking A. Yeah, I didn't even notice the DEI. I wasn't even playing the game, William. I wasn't even playing the DEI checkbox game. Sorry. Look at this fucking steroided out, jacked female blacksmith. Holy shit. This is like if you shot Mike Tyson with a shrink ray, and then cut his penis off. Oh my god.
Tremor set.
Like, look, this is more jacked than the guy dwarf. It's got hairy shoulders like Eric.
Which is amazing.
What?
Oh, a certain number of times a day, where we, again, wanting to lean harder into what is the resonant of the other one of your choice. They're very asymmetrical in how we have designed them. See that because we want each species to really bring its own fantasy to life, they're very asymmetrical in how we have.
They're asymmetrical, but you can be every kind of. I assume these are all gnomes. So he's trying to show you all the different kind of gnomes you can be.
So I thought they were getting away from stereotypes. I have that guy on my lawn with the red hat, the blue.
Yeah, exactly. They can't fucking help themselves.
That's a lawn gnome. I thought you guys were trying to get away from stuff like that, you bigots.
Right, yeah. But they're like, oh, see, here's the odd. But by them doing all this stupid. Oh my god, of course, it's like a. All they know is their shitty stereotypes. But yeah, they have to include the obviously stereotypical one. Because they're like, oh, hey, you could be anything you want. but you don't have to be this horrible stereotype that we just made up. Or look, you could be so individualistic. You could be like a modern punk. No.
Yeah, since when was like punk haircuts in D&D? I'm not getting it.
Yeah, it wasn't. This is just like, oh, it's steampunk, right? It's punk. Ah, fuck these people.
Designed them. So some of them.
Also, this looks like a very. Is there a Hobbit in the new Lord of the Rings with this kind of?
I'm not sure if it's a Hobbit or a dwarf.
You know what I'm talking about? In the new Lord of the Rings?
There's Rings of Power. I haven't seen it, so I don't know.
Oh, I've just seen clips, but I feel like whatever, maybe not.
Have choice points in them where, you mentioned the Goliath earlier, where you might be picking a type of giant that you're associated with, or, Dragonborn have their different breath weapon options. You have the same complexity level. Just as our classes and subclasses have different complexity levels, the species have different complexity levels as well.
I mean, if you really wanted to be complex, why don't you make Dragonborn without a breath weapon? Actually change it up. Like, actually surprise people. Be like, oh, this Dragonborn doesn't have a breath weapon. He's an orc. He has adrenaline rush or something. I don't know. It's so fucking boring.
So we talk about a lot about meeting that fantasy, that wish fulfillment. Mechanically, that's done as well in action economy. The Goliath, being that it is now tied closer to giants, you can get big. Once you hit a certain level, you can go one size larger. But you can do this as a bonus action. You're not taking a full action to have that happen for you. You're just getting big and then possibly attacking and terrifying a group. Dragonborn is the same thing, and this was a change that we saw in a previous book, but you can now use your breath weapon. Not only does it get more powerful over time, but if you take the attack action, one of those attacks can be the breath weapon.
Absolutely.
So you're not sacrificing, if you're a fighter, a bunch of your attacks, that could have been possibly more effective by using the breath weapon. You're just layering it on to what you can already do.
And
yeah, exactly. You're just layering it on to what anyone else can do. It's just, I think the problem is God, like, I'll give them the benefit of the doubt on this level. By watering down 5th edition and streamlining it to the point where they really pigeonhole themselves. Because if
so you think they're trying to make it a bit more complicated as far as combat, or
yeah, but they're so beholden to bonus action move, bonus action move, long rest, short rest, proficiency bonus. Like they're so beholden to these 4 or 5 variables, like the guy was talking about. Oh, you could mess with your action economy. Yeah, but your action economy is so fucking basic, and you're not creating new interesting ways to use it. Like, you're not dissecting the bonus action. You're just like, oh, this is a bonus action. Like, okay, great, I can get big as a bonus action for a turn. Oh, as a Dragonborn, I can replace one of my attacks with a breath weapon. I mean, that just doesn't really... Like, you haven't given more power to the players. Like, giving me more power would be like, oh, I can just use the breath. Oh my, you know what's fucking powerful? If you gave recharge abilities to players, like how the monsters have recharge abilities, or like a dragon's breath weapon recharges if they roll a 6. Like, that's a creative way to alter the action economy, because now you're saying, okay, based on a 1 in X chance per turn, I'm going to get this extra ability that I can use. Like, you've just improved your action economy, and you still kind of introduce the random chance, so it still adds suspense to the round. So shit like that, like, you clearly figured out how to do it with enemies. Like, you can't just put a little bit of thought into the player side.
Because they don't play it.
Yeah, that's true. You're right.
Another example of us really deepening the fantasy and giving people more options is in the Aasimar, where before you had to pick a really single celestial revelation, and that was true for your character forever. You now get to change that choice every time you use it.
They're also kind of pigeonholed in the fact that, like, oh, we can't make a new edition. We got to maintain these mechanics so we can create our Bandai Namco, whoever fucking owns Wizards, our Bandai our Hasbro approved digital platform, so we can make this a games as service, so we can microtransaction and make billions of dollars off of micro DLC. We can't fuck with that, so we can't do a new edition. So let's like make an in between where we like slightly alter a bunch of things that don't really matter and kind of switch everything around. That still pretty much conforms with the development of our virtual 3D tabletop, right, guys? And they're like, yep, all right, cool, do that. Like,
they're gonna make changes, make some changes, because it's been 10 years. So
yeah,
it might be time for just a new edition. Just do a 6th edition, and you can still borrow from 5th. And
fuck it. Yeah, it's not like you can't use a lot of the same mechanics. I mean, 5th edition, they reused a bunch of 3.5 mechanics. Like, it's not like you can't reuse mechanics, you know? Yeah. So just call it 6th edition. And then if people are like, oh, this is really like a 3.5, whatever. That's not any different than people being like, oh, this is just a half-ass attempt at a 6th edition. Like, I don't know, man. Fucking A, like, do something interesting.
Because we figured, well,
completely uninspired. This guy.
Aasimar, who is descended from Celestials.
Oh, I say all that because they're talking about the Aasimar where it's like they're all just little tweaks. Like they call them enhancements. That's their corporate buzzword for these videos. They're just like little tweaks. They're like, look, we introduced the Aasimar, we redesigned it. Like he's not talking about like, oh look, we redesigned every race from the species. We redesigned every race from the ground up, and look, so you'll have all new races.
Yeah.
Sure, might have some days where they're in the mood to shine with light, but they might also have some days where they're more on the vengeful end of the celestial spectrum and choose one of the other celestial revelation options.
Oh, okay. So alignment doesn't matter either now, huh? It's all just subjective. It's all relative, guys.
So significant changes to species. We've got several more species to work with, and a lot of layered on abilities that kind of hit that. Again, that wish fulfillment of like, this is what I want. I want to be a big character, a big Goliath. I can get big. Bonus action, I'm huge. Now I'm just going to pummel.
The character creation chapter in this book includes a sidebar that explains how to use backgrounds and species from older books. Because over the last decade, there have been several different approaches to where you get your ability score increase. Do you get a feat or not? We have a rule in the character creation chapter on how to use backgrounds or species from other books that don't appear in this book. So any species or background that appears in this book that also appeared in an earlier book, the version in the new player's handbook is now the canonical version.
Okay, whatever. Fuck yeah, that's enough of that. I don't care. I just don't fucking care. Oh, so I don't even want to listen to these anymore. At least not tonight. Maybe another time. But holy shit!
I mean, I'm sure there's going to be more Wizards of the Coast.
Look at all these shitty. Yeah, there's a bunch of these shitty videos. Oh, okay, not yet, but
might be interesting to see if they're on any on YouTube and see what the comment section looks like.
Oh, like we should actually go to their YouTube channel.
If they have one, I'm sure they have one.
Right? Well, yeah, these are embedded YouTube videos.
We have.
It's like watch on YouTube.
See what the comment section looks like. Of course, they're probably editing it.
Sounds like BG3 special attack for each weapon type. And now, oh my god, I was literally about to say, wow, your weapon mastery. It's not like you're going to have cool weapon progressions. I bet it's just one shitty quote-unquote enhancement. And that's literally what it is. This guy's saying it's like Baldur's Gate 3 special attacks for weapon. Wow.
Huh.
So interesting. So creative. Wow. That was an experiment for this, obviously.
Maybe Baldur's Gate 3 was kind of they threw some stuff in there to see.
Yeah, prototypical. So influential, man. Maybe they'll have environmental
the game was
effects.
a hit, so they're like, well, let's capitalize on that and just write it into the new version of D&D, and here we go.
But I bet you won't. They won't include anything actually interesting about the Divinity engine, like environmental effects and positioning. Just in generally increasing the power of some feats and level scaling like they did in that game. Because that game, the level without modding it, it's capped at 12. I think 10 or 12. Like you actually can't level to 20 in Baldur's Gate 3.
They'll probably have DLC though down the road where it'll you can
hold on, sorry.
Well, actually, no, not if the team is gone. Ugh.
No, yeah, it sucks. All right, let's see the comments for the video we watched. We haven't seen the other videos, so we don't have context. Be interested to watch a 2024 rule actually play from the D&D team. I feel like okay, pass. For years, I felt backgrounds fire undercooked system. Most of the backgrounds abilities so useless. You shouldn't be optimistic, guy. Get ready to be extra disappointed, like I am, because I totally agree with you. Yeah, that's a viable strategy that they don't want you doing anymore. Because you're too smart for this game, bro. Honestly, I think locking which abilities get increased credits while Tasha is fixed. Huh? Yeah, I mean, but they're not really that restrictive, so it's just the illusion of that.
Yeah.
And whatever. Start off.
I don't know. I think if they're going to go in another direction, I think they're trying to be compatible either way. Just you're not going to please probably anybody doing that.
Yeah.
I just don't know if they can create something better than 5th edition. I mean, it's got its flaws, but I think it's the best thing they've done since probably 3.5. But in some ways, I like 5th edition better in certain regards.
Yeah, some ways. So these people are actually complaining that it sounds like they're going to be slightly more restrictive again instead of like Tasha's. So, but edible friend 05. Okay, I don't know. I'm not going to get the philosophy of it, but it's just it does really fucking matter. Yep, there's that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
I'm not.
They're not going to be more prominent.
Would this be something? So you subscribe to D&D Beyond, right? Or what is it? D&D 1? What is the?
Yeah. I mean, if you're just doing it for the books and content, you can get them digitally through D&D Beyond. Like, the only reason I have a subscription for this is because it goes from the amount of characters you can create to infinite. And it's a good platform because it has a lot of stuff built into the character creation, like your character sheet, where I don't have to like have a spreadsheet or something for all the stuff. Like I can just go to I mean, here, I'll show you. See, like, I have 27 of unlimited. Like, I can just go in here and...
Would you have access to those rules, though? Or you would probably have to buy them through...
Yeah, see, that's the thing. I don't know how they're going to incorporate that into this, because... yeah, like, I don't know if it's going to be a setting where it's like, you have the new thing, or they're going to have a section here where they're going to start splitting this. Maybe there's, like, a view where you're like, you click it and you're like, here's the 2024 and up rules, because this right now you have all your sources, so you can go into any book you want that you have access to, but also a lot of the stuff that I have access to is because it's kind of weird, like they tie it to someone's account, and it's if they share it with you, because you're like in a campaign with them, so you can have like the shareable content unlocked. So I don't even know how all that's gonna work.
Yeah,
like,
interesting.
It's gonna be fucking weird. So, oh shit, you couldn't see any of that. I was trying.
Yeah,
Oops, sorry. Yeah, let me reshare it so I can show you what the fuck I was talking about. So like right here, see, here's all the game rules, and then they've got like, so you can click specific stuff, you can search for it. You've got the source books here, so if it's from a certain book, you could just go into that. So and then that's just kind of like an aggregation of all the content you have. But like I can go into my characters and see how I have like 27 of unlimited. So it's easier to just go in here and make any kind of character I want. And here's a random Bard of Whisper smites I made. So if I hit view on that, okay, you can see now. Oops. Okay, yeah. So you can see like it has everything loaded into the character sheet based on how I built the character, which is super convenient, you know. But like, say if I wanted to go to like races, haha, it's still races here.
It's still
bitch.
there.
Like player's handbook, basic rules. So I don't know if it's just going to separate it based on the source, and then it's just going to have like another consolidation. But see, like when you go to the races section, it's based on the source, really. So,
and so with your sub, you have access to all those sources. Right?
Yeah, I don't know if this is just stuff anyone can see, or if it's because I have shared content from our DM, or if it's my subscription level. I don't know.
Okay.
There you go, Dragonlance. So, I guess it's in the character builder. It doesn't really come up here, but like, oh, see where it says Legacy? So like, this is the Legacy Satyr, because they've updated it depending on what source book you're looking at. So they've got like this, basically a Magic the Gathering tie-in. It's like a Greek mythology based set. But then they have Eberron, which I guess doesn't have the Satyr in it, but apparently the Satyr got updated at some point. But then you've got like the Legacy Changeling, the Shifter Legacy, and then they had an errata or a different source update. So, yeah, so they might do something like that, where it's like, and when you're doing the character builder, you could choose this. Like, you can specifically, like, okay, I want to choose the Minotaur, the Legacy version. So I imagine it'll be something like that, where it's like, okay, I'm going to choose the, whatever they're going to call it, 2014, you know?
Yeah.
Like the Legacy, whatever era, whatever they decide to name, because I'm pretty sure Wizards owns D&D Beyond. They bought them out, or they own like a controlling stake or something. I don't know. So, yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I mean, I think we've exhausted that pretty much. There's another article we have by Screen Rant that goes into some detail on like specific things, like the barbarian's rage ability, conjure spells, cantrips, but I think we'll save that for another time.
Okay.
It's already after midnight. Let's see. Do you want to review that article that you sent me about the thought should be spelled HTHOT. The thought catalog article you sent me?
Sure.
Okay. Or do you want to look at Goodjing?
What did you say?
Goodjing.
Gooding. Yeah, let's look at that.
Okay.
I'm gonna get a glass of water. I'll be right back. But yeah, pull up some Gooding stuff.
All right.
I put something in private chat where Dick Masterson kind of gave a short review and he had some very choice words for it. But
well, while we wait for William to get back, for people on X, can you guys can someone leave a comment, because I want to see if your guys like, I know the YouTube comments get filtered into StreamYard. StreamYard's the streaming app we use, but I don't know if Twitter comments show up. So if someone can leave a comment if you're on X, I would appreciate it. Or just, if you want to leave a comment, join the conversation,
I'm back.
Cool.
Prepare to be impressed.
Yeah, are you ready for this shit?
Yes, I am.
All right.
I'm Cato Gooding, owner and operator of Gooding Services.
Now stop right there.
I've done work all over.
Okay, so you're putting up a billboard, right?
Well, do you want to watch the whole thing? Why don't we watch the whole thing?
Okay, I know, but there should be like, I don't know, a phone number on there, a website.
Oh yeah. Let's. All right,
Okay.
hold on. Let's. I've also kind of seen this trailer already.
Oh,
but,
okay.
For people viewing at home, and if you haven't,
All right,
I want you to watch the whole thing through once, and then we'll rip it apart.
I'm Cato Gooding, owner and operator of Gooding Services. I've done work all around the city of Flores Park, but there's a reason why we're based out of Shadow Valley. The city has its police force and Alpha Corps. It even has superheroes that patrol the streets. They're more than capable of dealing with various threats. Shadow Valley is full of hardworking, honest people. It's unfortunate that the city acts like you don't even exist. And that's why we're here. Let's be honest, the city allocates little resources for Shadow Valley. That's why they're so late to respond to issues. Good people deserve good service. For our great citizens, we provide it all. From firefighting to criminal investigations, you can count on Gooding Services.
Gooding Services has a bundle for all budgets. You can be fully protected with emergency response for just $49.99.
That makes no fucking sense. I'll put out your fire, but you gotta pay me for it. Oh, God.
All right. So let's go back to the beginning. All right. Yeah, full disclosure, I've seen this trailer from some clips. I've got some stuff to say about it, especially because I've noticed some stuff that maybe people have mentioned or people haven't even mentioned. I will say, well, I don't know. If we did an animated trailer for like Mercenary Guild or Victor or like a future Hardly Heroes thing, what I was going to say is I'm pretty sure we would fuck it up too. You know what I mean? Like we would probably make something similar to this, but with these examples, setting the bar so low, like there's no way we would make something like this. You know what I mean? It's like I would look at this and I would look at our stuff and I would look at the animation and be like, whoa, is the animation quality as bad or worse than something like this? Holy shit, we got to go back to the drawing board, scrap everything. We're going to start over. This is not good. So, you know, I was going to give it credit where credit's due and say, you know, some of this is pretty solid. Like, it's okay. But never mind. So, all right. Well, what do you think about that? Like the basic Marvel kind of thing?
Yeah, I mean,
played out.
You know, that doesn't bother me. You know.
Yeah, I think it's definitely not creative.
It's probably the best part of the film. So,
yeah,
not kidding.
It's the highest quality animation.
Yeah,
and they made it with
at
like
least from a graphical it's pleasant to look at. So
yeah, well, because they just used like they used an After Effects template to make this. Like you can get this for free or like for like $5. Like there's a million versions of this now, and you just throw your art behind it. So even that little like dust effect in the background.
Yeah.
Like this is like a stock animation.
I'm Cato Gooding, owner and operator.
So is it me or does like the art style vary ridiculously from like frame panel to panel, whatever art they're using? Like look at this version of Gooding versus like this version.
Yeah.
So like this is actual art by an actual artist, assuming it's not just like another traced or 3D like asset they found.
Yeah.
But I assume this is legit. I mean, looks like there's some subtle stuff here that like the pupil, the eye that's right there is huge. So that's probably someone drew that, right? You know what I mean? Like
yeah.
If it was an asset, that would have been perfect. Like the eyebrow here is kind of a little weird. Like they have a wrinkle, but it's like really heavy on this side and not as proportional. Anyways, I still think this is a lot better looking. Like there's way more detail here, but this just looks like.
Well, this is also animated though. I think that's a cover. That's cover art. So.
Yeah, it looks like some shitty animator did a shitty job recreating this character for the animation.
Yeah.
So it looks awful.
Operator of Gooding Services. I've done work all around the city of Flores.
No contact information on the billboard. Like how am I supposed to call? What is Gooding? There's nothing. It's just
I have
a billboard is that.
Yeah, it's awful. I have a feeling I know the company that did this for them because I've been approached by them before. It sounds like the voiceover, you know, it's like almost like they hired an animation company that does, you know, like when you work for a company and they're like, okay, time for your orientation. You have to sit down and watch 20 videos on like cybersecurity and workplace harassment policy and all that bullshit. Yeah. It's like they hired a company that do those videos, like animation for those. But they did a slightly higher quality because the art at least looks somewhat like comic book art, like to the naked eye. it looks a little more comic booky. Anyways, but yeah, this what the fuck is this billboard? Actually, kind of looks just like a reflection.
Yeah.
Like they just took the background of something and they're like, "Oh, we'll put this here over." Like, why wouldn't the billboard be that guy, like on the billboard?
Yeah.
Like, every billboard ever that you see that's of like a local law firm,
real estate or a car dealership, it's like the person, almost like a headshot with like number and website, and it's like, hey, call, and there's like a little tagline and a little slogan. Like, hey, if you got in a car accident and you want to try to sue someone for $1 million to scam them out of money, or your insurance company, call here. Like, hey, you can call us at 999 ambulance chaser or whatever, like something like that. Like, oh, hey, exit 431. We're the only strip club in a shitty town or whatever, something like that.
Yeah. Done work.
Also, someone pointed out, like, look, this is weird. Like, there's like a bunch of space here at the end of the billboard. Like the side of the railing where it's not symmetrical. So it's almost like this is where there would be like a ladder or something. But it's, I mean, I don't spend that much time looking at billboards, so I don't know if this actually is right or wrong. And then they have lights on it, but it's daylight. It's like, what is that even really doing? I don't know, whatever.
All around the city of...
Everyone criticizing this has put way more thought into it than the actual people producing this shit.
Yeah.
Flores Park. But there's a reason why we're based out of Shadow Valley.
That's recycled.
This is recycled, yeah. This is actual comic book art, right? Or no? Which, I don't mind them recycling stuff. People are like, oh, this like 30% of this is reused. Like, I would fucking reuse stuff. Like, yeah, of course, I would save money. Why not? Like, is it really? I mean, if it actually makes sense. Like, I'm not gonna use like art from Victor in Mercenary Guild trailers. You know what I mean? Like, I mean,
but if it's like a river or something, okay, you can use that
maybe.
And,
I mean, Alpha Core, it's, I guess, the same continuity because it's the same universe, but I don't know.
The city has its police force in Alpha Core. It even has superheroes that patrol the streets.
Something that's weird about this animation is like, it's like they didn't add enough frames, so it looks kind of choppy.
Yeah.
It even has superheroes that...
Like, you see that?
Yeah, those were like stills.
Yeah, that's right. So it was a still, and then they just shifted the character.
Superheroes that...
So it's not really... I mean, I'm not an expert, so I'm gonna guess that maybe they made puppets. Like, they made puppets for the characters, but then they didn't really do much after that. So it's not really... It's like maybe what you would consider the bare minimum for 2D animation.
Superheroes that patrol the streets.
Like...
Yeah.
Look at... Wait, we can go frame by frame, right? So it's here. Wait, what's the command with your dragon YouTube?
I don't know, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't know either.
That patrol the streets.
Yeah, I thought someone said it was like Q. Is it shift? No.
Patrol the streets. They're more...
Someone chat, put the... Explain to me how to do this.
More than capable of dealing with various...
I need to Google YouTube hotkeys. I mean, like, I think this is I wouldn't really consider this animation, but this is a cool kind of like slideshow. Like I would steal this idea for trailers in the future.
I mean, that's basically what we're doing on Mercenary Guild. I have no problem with that style of trailer.
Like I mean, these are just transition effects like that little shift, that quick shift. That's just like a sped up motion blur. Like that isn't even technically animation. Like there might be a transition which does like I'm really bad at this, but almost like an inverted zoom. So it's like a distortion effect where it's distorting, like if you do you lasso this guy out and make him his own frame or like a mask. So you go around the guy and then the background you can do stuff with. Like a slightly more advanced techniques than what I'm doing with Mercenary Guild trailers right now.
Shadow Valley.
So he mentions hardworking people.
Yeah,
I sound like this is my job now. Like I'm not even. It's not even having fun. Like, oh, so he does. Okay, so he's doing this.
Where are they at? They're all.
Yeah, they're in Shadow Valley, but it's one guy with his farm. So this doesn't look like a town. So part of the thing that I don't think people really mention, because they'll hyper focus on the cow and how the cow looks fucked up and Bull looks way bigger than the guy and he has this weird stroking, like he's stroking a horse even though it's a fucking cow. But I mean, before you even get to all that, this is fundamentally bad because it doesn't look like right. He's saying right now this is like Shadow Valley, like it's a town.
Shadow Valley is full of hardworking, honest people.
He literally says Shadow Valley is full of hardworking, honest people.
Yeah.
Where?
It's not full.
Yeah, this
you don't see anybody working, and how do you know that they're honest? I mean, come on.
Yeah, no, exactly. But it's funny. It's like they set this up as a joke. It's like they set this line up, and they're like, "Oh, like you're supposed to laugh at." Like that's what I would do if I was editing this, and I went, "Oh, that's funny." The script says that it's full of hardworking people. Let me find a scene. Let me find a panel where there's one guy and his cow.
Yeah,
because it's weird and awkward and obviously you did this.
Yeah, if it was intentional as a spoof, it'd be clever, but
right, but it's not because it's played it's got inspirational music building up to this swell in the background, like a swell of or building up to a crescendo or whatnot. And they obviously did this art for the trailer because it's that same kind of weird, shitty animator quality art. So why didn't you design this background so it actually makes fucking sense?
It's somebody raking some leaves or something.
Yeah, just like people people could be in that barn back there with horses or something. You could have. I mean, I wouldn't even have designed this to look like this. I would have designed it where move him over to the left and then have a whole sprawling town.
It's the opposite of that D&D picture we were looking at, which had way too many people in it.
Yeah.
And maybe it shouldn't have. This one should have a lot of people in it.
Yeah, but it's totally sparse. I get the city in the background. Sure, you can do a skyline view from anywhere. But this should be it should be at a little arts and crafts market or something to show the town has to, come together to take care of their own community, right? Because that's the whole point of this is for some reason, not even 30 miles outside of the city that these people somehow have to fend for themselves. It's dumb. Yeah. We're not even getting to the stupid libertarian shit yet. So it's this is dumb. You could have drew. It just looks like this guy has his farm outside the city, and he just owns a bunch of farmland outside the city.
Yeah.
So no one lives here because it's all his property. Fucking, God damn it, Eric.
It's unfortunate.
Damn it, Eric. I'm trying to be on your side. this just looks like a transparent.
Yeah, with the cow's been talked about quite a bit.
Yeah, we don't have to cover the fucking cow and this guy's shirt. And this claw hand.
Yeah.
The hand. Oh my god.
A flipper. A flipper.
A flipper. It is funny.
That the city acts like you don't even
Look at the frames. Such little frames for the cow to chew.
exist.
More cow.
And that's why
Look at that art. Art's so much better.
we're here.
Yeah.
Let's be honest.
Back to shitty.
Back to shitty art.
Shitty art. And
you got cover art, and then you got this. I think these are interiors.
Yeah.
And
Which is funny.
I don't know who did his covers, but
right. So you have a whole like staff of artists at this point. So I've talked to people that done some animation work, and the reason we're not doing it yet is because it's fucking expensive, and I don't have Eric July money. But based on what I've talked to a couple of people about, like for Hardly Heroes, they would have to redraw a lot of stuff. In fact, we do have like I don't know if I showed you this, but we've got like a pilot of like a motion comic, which is like basic 2D animation, some stuff like this.
Yeah.
Where it's just like a handful of frames, but the guy like had to go out and cut a lot of stuff out and add some stuff because the way the early Hardly Heroes issues are, like, unfortunately, there isn't enough separation of layers from like the background to the characters in the foreground and stuff. But Eric has a fucking like art staff, like multiple artists on payroll, like salary basically. He could just have them draw whatever the animator needs. So the animator's like, okay, I need him with a close up of like the helmet coming on his face. Like, so then have Kane and White or whoever draw this, like the cover, right? Like this fucking art. Have him draw that, and then you animate it. Like, what? Why pay this guy who's clearly a shitty artist to do a significantly worse job? I don't like. It's so weird. Fucking Eric doesn't know anything, or he isn't even involved in this.
Yeah.
He just doesn't even know. He's just like, okay, I need a trailer, figure it out, and here's like $3,000. Make me a trailer. I'm like, oh, okay, sure.
Be honest, the city allocates little.
So, okay, I have a question. So, is this supposed to be a reflection of their downtown, the buildings in the mask? Is that what that's supposed to be with like smoke and fire?
I don't know.
Resources for Shadow Valley. That's why they're so late.
Because it kind of looks like a weird skull-shaped face is in there. But I guess with the smoke, it's supposed to be a reflection.
Yeah.
I don't know.
To respond to issues.
That's not even.
What are these colors he's going with? Like green, yellow, and orange? I don't
know. It's fucking A, dude.
I mean, for real, man, I would not go with those colors.
There's a reason why firefighters wear like neon yellow.
Yeah.
And red. It's like, or like white, because it has to be a certain color for like heat resistant, like very high temperature resistant stuff. This just looks like some weird generic colors. Like, why didn't you?
It's like a ski outfit. It looks like it's a beanie poofball hat.
Yeah, you're right.
And then it looks like somebody skiing from behind.
So, okay. So why didn't you do something like that? Or even that? Those are, cool colors that don't look like they actually work in real life. But it looks like a fighter. So why didn't you just make like a sleek version of this? And then just kind of tweak it so it looks more like a cool superhero outfit versus fatigues. Like these are firefighter fatigues, and they have to, like, you have to have overlap everywhere because obviously you don't want your skin to be exposed to like scalding hot temperatures. Like you can't even breathe without a. So, then why not have his helmet just be more like a. I mean, the helmet I guess is okay. Like it's a little techy. It doesn't look like it does anything. It's like. It just makes me sad that we spend so much time thinking about this stuff when we work on comic books and these fucking people don't. It's like we put so much thought into like the design and functionality of stuff, and so do so many other creators and artists. And then these fucking guys create this dumbass thing. I don't know.
Good people deserve good.
Like, they're close. I mean, it looks like they
Yeah,
use some kind of reference, but the helmets. It's like you told Shredder to put on a. It's almost got like a Shredder kind of thing.
Yeah.
And then there's a visor. I don't know. What the fuck, this girl. This little robot somehow putting out this huge fire.
Service. For our great citizens, we provide it all. From firefighting to criminal investigations, you can count.
Look at that art.
Yeah, that's not bad.
That's pretty sweet.
Yeah.
And the outfit looks. Does the outfit look totally different here, or is this me? Like the color scheme. I guess this is the same.
It looks different. He might be in a different outfit altogether.
I don't know. Whoever drew this,
He probably has different outfits for different jobs or whatever that have special tools or abilities or something like that.
I don't know, man. I think it's literally just these are all different artist rendition.
That's pretty gay, dude.
Yeah. So like, it's like this artist. Yeah, it's like this artist decided to emphasize the shoulder pads, so it looks like he has full like shoulder pauldrons, and this one played them down, so they're just little like patches.
Yeah.
Why? So is the GS supposed to be Gooding services?
I would assume.
Wait. Could have just had him. Could just have his name like Goodyear tires. Oh man, since this is supposed to be like super libertarian, it'd be funny if he just had like a bunch of sponsorships on his shirt.
Yeah,
like all the local town businesses, and so it's like Clark's Chiropractic Services, and then it's like like Phil's Pharmaceuticals. Yeah, it's like, and then like
you have a dentist office on.
Yeah,
there.
and it's like, use Goodyear like services code to get 25% off your next public shopping trip or something. Like
yeah,
on it.
Yeah, coupon code Goodyear.
Goodyear. Oh man, damn. Well, what a lost opportunity, or at least on the robot. Put on the robot.
You can count on Gooding Services.
Gooding Services has a bundle for all budgets.
So, so it's pronounced Gooding.
You can be fully protected. Be fully protected with emergency response. Protected with the budgets. Gooding Services
is that $49.99 a month, or is it $49.99 one-time fee?
I'm pretty sure it's a month.
It's a bundle for all.
Someone said it's a subscription.
All budgets. You can be fully protected with emergency response.
And he's in the neighborhood. If you're not paying him, he's just gonna keep going.
All right, so
here's a hero for you.
Let's get in. Yeah, let's get into the breakdown of libertarian philosophy in a practical sense, because that's exactly what this is. I can see into the mind of Eric July, and This is what makes him a retard. So, look,
You want to start with the town itself that nobody.
Look, I used to be a huge libertarian. I don't want to say huge libertarian, but I used to be it's just like communism. Like libertarianism is just a fucking pipe dream fantasy. Like humans do not operate that way.
No. No,
so
human nature won't allow for.
Yeah, like
it's good in theory, but it cannot be implemented. It can be.
Yeah, because people are self-interested.
Right.
So for the same reason, people are self-interested, and like a doctor isn't going to work for the same fucking wage as a plumber, or maybe plumber's not a janitor. Say a janitor, right? Because it's like economics is real. A fucking people are self-interested for selfish reasons too. Like people are self-interested to the point where they're not just going to respect your property rights without some kind of authority enforcing your fucking rights.
Yeah.
And they're going to form some kind of coalition, and it's going to look just like a government. And so anyways, people aren't going to fucking accept that the only goddamn option for public services is some jackass charging you $50 a month.
Yeah.
So I say all that to say, like, this is completely antithetical to, first of all, this is antithetical to a superhero. Because the values of a superhero is like ultimate self-sacrifice. Like, superheroes are supposed to be so good and virtuous that they're willing to sacrifice, like, what's obviously their self-interest up until the point where they die, right? Like, they sacrifice their life to protect weak people, innocent people, to do things for other people, like take care of their community. So
it seems like he's extorting these people because they're living in this this libertarian, right, great world. So they're out in the country, but it's a real shithole. It doesn't look that way, by the way. If you're going to say it's a shithole, make it look like a shithole. It actually looks like a nice place to live.
Yeah,
but now if you want any type of protection, you need to pay this guy.
So this guy's running a fucking protection racket.
Yeah,
like the goddamn mafia.
It's fucking racketeering, man.
It's racketeering.
Like, shouldn't this society be taking care of those people? I mean, aren't they? I don't know. I mean, I would paint it that way. Libertarian, basically. You know.
Right, but that's the problem. When you have this stupid ideological blind spot that Eric July has, this seems totally appropriate. But when you look at it practically, you're like, this guy's a fucking asshole. Like, this guy's only going to help me if I'm paying a stupid $50 a month subscription.
If I'm paying a sub, I have to get rid of my World of Warcraft sub for this fucking guy.
Right. And then, this guy comes along and it's like, oh, what? You can't afford $50, you fucking poor bitch? Like, fuck you. And also, like you said, this place looks like a really nice place to live. Everyone's supposed to be super self-sufficient in this libertarian utopia. Like, why would I even pay you $50 a month? Like, if I'm so self-sufficient, I probably have my own well with like an extra backup pump. So if my house catches fire, like, I'm just gonna turn on my sprinkler system.
I'd have guns. I'd have guns and dogs.
I have guns to defend my. I mean, there's no way I can't pump out more water than your shitty fucking whatever robot that is. Like,
yeah, how would it carry? Does it just make water? I guess it does.
Like, look how much water this thing's pumping out.
From firefight?
That's like, all you have to do is install a city fire hydrant and you're pumping out more water than this.
From firefight?
That's like a hose. I mean,
that thing wouldn't be able to move. If it pumped out that much water, it would be so heavy.
Yeah, where's the water coming from? Like, there should be a tube connected to this guy. This is like a backyard hose.
Deserve good service.
That's what it looks like when I'm spraying water out of a hose to water plants. I mean, obviously I'm not spraying that volume of water, but like if I'm going to spray, I'm washing my car. Sorry, better analogy. Like I'm washing my car.
For our great citizens, we provide it all from.
That's like washing my car water. Like, okay, I've got it all waxed up. I'm sorry, before you wax it. I've got it all soaped up. Like I need to just do a quick spray because I don't want to be out here for an hour pumping water onto my car. Like, okay, full blast, like garden hose, go.
We provide it all from firefight.
Oh my god. Also, is he super strong or is there like a robot?
I don't know.
This is supposed to be like a robot assisting him holding up the
I don't know.
this concrete
power set is. He was introduced, but that wasn't mentioned.
Yeah. Also, holy shit! Like, it's a good thing he got lucky and was able to catch this right in between the rebar, so his arm isn't getting impaled. Jesus Christ! Whatever. That's a minute detail. I don't know what this is.
Services.
He's like, he's offering services to NASA, William. He's like, NASA, for $50 a month, I will create a cold fusion device for you.
Yeah.
In my Speedo wetsuit. He is a wetsuit, but then he's wearing a Speedo over the wetsuit. That's what that looks like to me. It's weird.
Has a bundle for all budgets.
You know what makes me think this is
Call
monthly?
us on our famous emergency response now. Okay, what's the number?
What's the number, dipshit? Like, how the fuck am I supposed to reach out to you?
Is it that famous? Really?
Isn't this the level of subscription for Eric July's, like, his Rippaverse? Like his Mac level? Or is that like $100?
I think it's more. Yeah, it's something like that.
I think that's the same thing. So he's like, oh, $50 a month, that seems reasonable. Like if you were protecting a whole town of people and they're all paying you like a monthly service for quote unquote services. Like, do you know how much my AC unit repair servicing fee is per month? It's $15.
Yeah.
Like, and I get like, some service appointments and, obviously get like discounts on stuff, or like if I have to have someone called out for a service or whatever, I think it's just included. Like, I don't think there's like a service fee. So for $15, I'm getting that. I mean, granted, it's just for like my heating and air, but that's a big part of my house.
Yeah.
Also, like a home warranty, like a lot of home warranties are not, I'm pretty sure they're less than $50 a month. You pay annually. Let's see. When I first bought my house, I think I had one for like $1,000 for the year. So what does that come out to? Not much. Like, this fucking guy's charging $50 for in the suburbs. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Like, again, I assume this is monthly. Maybe it's annually. If this was a year, that'd be okay.
Or a one-time fee, I guess that'd be okay.
Yeah, because if it's like a subscription, you'd have people calling you just to like, some old lady. You'd just be like, "You're my IT guy.
Yeah, I need a jar open.
I need a jar open." And good, you'd be like, "Fine." You'd like send a drone over. Be like, "God fucking damn it! I gotta limit my service appointments." I'd be like, "No, you're my bitch. You're coming to hang my new flat screen TV."
Yeah.
Fuck you. Like, I'm paying you.
I need you to drive me to my colonoscopy.
Oh man, that's right. I'd be like, "Hey, you have a robot to do my landscaping?" And I'll be like mowing my yard. Can your robot wash my car? Thanks. I don't need to go to the car wash now.
Yeah.
The drive-through.
$50 might be worth it.
Yeah, exactly. See, now it's starting to make sense. So if you cut out the call our famous emergency response now, and you just said like, don't worry, we're here for all of your daily needs and emergencies or something, that'd be a great deal. So, oh my God, he's the handyman superhero, William.
Yeah,
he's just a fucking handyman. He's just a fucking handyman. Oh God, good Ying handyman services. Man, hey, good Ying, blue 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 blue. Yeah, hey, how can we help you? And like, you get that robot lady voice. Like, do you guys build IKEA furniture?
I can't figure out these directions.
Fucking figure, yeah. I'm missing like 3 screws. Can you go to the hardware shop and pick me up some backup? Some what are they called? Dowels. I need some dowel rods. I'm missing some for my fucking IKEA furniture. Oh, jeez, William. Oh, this animation's cool. Boom. Also, is it the polymath or is it the polymath?
I think it's polymath.
Do they pronounce it? Hold on. No, they don't. Well, I think someone said that's how Eric says it. I like the fire sound and the sound effect because it goes with everything. It's like a big firefighter.
Yeah.
I mean, the covers look pretty good.
Yeah, I'm not sure who did them.
I'm assuming various, right? Yeah. Like, it's not like it's. I mean,
I'm assuming not Ethan or Shane.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, four different people, hopefully. Actually, yeah, it looks like they used a lot of like poster and cover art for this trailer, which is good. Like, you pay for the art assets, you might as well use them.
Yeah.
Of course, he has a T-shirt. Okay, whatever. This kind of looks like if you're in a video game and you're looking for like an NPC, and he pops up and it's like, "Gooding services." Like, oh, yeah. I have a quest for this guy.
So that's GS.
That's the GS, but I don't know.
We figured it out.
Yeah, it just seems like if this guy was like, let's get how I want to articulate this. So if I was if we were going through and editing this, right, and it was like you, me, and Luke was like, "Oh, here's how I'm drawing the outfit," and somehow that's what we landed on. I would be like, "No, let's not do GS." And you're like, "Well, that's like shorthand for Gooding Services." I'm like, yeah, if that was his initials, like if his name was like Gooding Seacrest. Like, if that's your business, you should have your fucking full business logo.
Yeah.
Like, it should be this. I'm sorry. This. That's what should be on the fucking patch. Or Gooding.
Yeah.
Like, your name.
That's your logo. That's your trade dress.
Has Eric never hired someone? Like, it's like any trade company. You're calling like a plumber or like some kind of services, like an electrician. Like, there's a big construction company here in Jacksonville, and their name is legit WW Gay. And that's everywhere. Like, on their trucks, on their big letters, WW Gay. Like, and then if there's room, it's like, commercial construction, mechanical stuff. Like, so I don't know. The designs just seem super lazy to me.
So the cover A was done by Kanan White.
Mm-hmm.
Cover B is Will Conrad. Cover C is Ron Linson Frieri. Huh?
Sorry. Here. So in the poster, it says packages as low as $49.99 a month. in the corner right here.
Oh, okay.
So that's how I knew it was monthly. Someone saw that, I think, or someone mentioned it. Anyways, go ahead.
Oh yeah, and cover D is Mark Evans.
Oh, okay. So yeah, I mean, they're good cover artists, but that's no different than Marvel.
It's just a character I have no desire.
Yeah. The yellow on the Gooding is the same as the Ripperverse. I don't know how I feel about that. Like, it's almost the exact same as the Ripperverse logo, if you look at it.
Pretty similar.
It's pretty similar. Little black outline. Black and, yeah.
Yaira's different, though. It's a different color, right?
Yeah, like someone actually spent some time designing the font logo for that. But that'd be like, it'd be like if the font design for Mercenary Guild is just the same as Shattermare Comics. It's like,
well, Alpha Core is also black and gold.
That's right. Yeah, without even there's not even anything around it. It's just Alpha Core with like a little bit of black outline. It's starting to I mean, as we'll see shortly, not even people who are hardcore Rippaverse fans are buying into this shit anymore, but it's starting to me it's starting to be pretty frankly obvious that there's just really no creativity going into this shit.
Yeah.
Outside of stuff like, clearly as competent artists drawing covers.
Yeah, I don't see any interiors though.
Yeah, but
it's the storytelling for the
storytelling.
most part. And he hasn't. I don't know what's he sold. I think 173,000.
So as of now, he sold about 6,000 books and almost 200,000, about 175.
Yeah.
So
we don't know if those are all books. I mean, there could be a T-shirt or
right, because it's similar to that email I showed you guys that I got where it's like, oh, we have this much in total sales. So this includes merch, obviously.
Yeah.
There's less content, which if the writing's shitty, then that's probably better.
Yeah.
Sci-fi action adventure. Okay.
I did not get a sci-fi vibe from this trailer.
Yeah, the only thing you could really consider it being sci-fi is like because he has tech gadgets and a robot.
Yeah, he's an inventor, a builder, kind of like a Reed Richards.
But I wouldn't call that sci-fi. I don't know. I mean, Fantastic Four, would you consider Fantastic Four books sci-fi, or would you just consider them superheroes?
Superhero books.
Yeah. So here's for some reason, a picture of, they chose the page with the panels where Yaira is beating the shit out of Isom. Why is that? Why are they constantly showing Yaira beating the shit out of Isom?
Well, she is the girl boss. She's the most powerful character in that universe, probably.
Are they gonna? Oh,
girl power.
Are there more 3D?
I didn't think we would get in the Rippaverse. It seems that's exact. And Gooding kind of, I don't know. He seems might be a little gay, or I don't know. I mean, I'm kind of getting that vibe, like he might swing that way, and that would be hilarious. I would think.
Well, is he based off of that one guy? People were making fun of him, saying, "No, that guy's super gay." That the singer in his band, the guy who is the puppet.
Oh, shit! I can't remember.
Brian or Andrew or whatever.
Yeah, is that the guy that does his books too?
Yeah. So, you know, if we're just going off of like self inserts or lazy, uncreative stuff.
Yeah.
So, okay, so I want to bring up. Let's see. Okay, so we're gonna travel back in time, like a year and a half, from when Eric was. We're all excited. Remember back then? We were so naive. All the hope that we had, all the bullshit. So this is when they came out with their transparency update, because they made 3.7 million versus probably maybe 250,000. So,
well, there's 30 days left on the campaign. So
yeah, it's just a pre-order campaign.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I tend to agree with people that say like, yeah, you're right, 30. But I tend to agree with people say like a lot of his stuff is front loaded. Doesn't seem like he has a lot of big spikes.
Yeah.
You know, unless he.
Yeah. I mean, his initial followers and fans will buy it day one, and then sales will fall off. And this is again a character I don't know anybody who's excited, even people who still follow Rip. But I think the bloom is really starting to come off. I know people who've read Yaira and they've said, yeah, Eric's got big problems. And these are people who support him and still buy his stuff and hope. And they're at that point where they're like, I think I'm where you're at, man, where I just, I'm not going to shit all over the guy, but on the flip, I'm not going to buy anymore. They're a slog to get through his books. And I don't want to put myself through that. It's the same reason I don't go to movies or buy mainstream comics. They're not good. I'm not going to waste my time and money. I gave it a chance. I didn't like it.
Yeah, and we don't owe Eric our money, so
no,
he has if he's going to be in the direct market, he's got to compete. Like
I gave him 200. I gave him 200 pages. I think that's fair.
Yeah, I think so. So, although I may pick up Horseman.
That could be his best. I'm serious, and I know we're all laughing and stuff, but hilarious. That actually has potential if they really put care into the art, because I think it has potential to be actually good.
Yeah, no, I think I think it'd be fun to buy that, read through it, do a review.
Yeah. I think it'll be the best comic to date because it's Chuck Dixon getting to do what he wants to do. I don't think he has any limitations. So he comes up with this character. I'm sure he's going to give it his touch. And if they can get the art problem straightened out and get some good editing, I think it has potential out of all the books.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if I was Eric, I would try to structure it where at this point, he's not really involved in much of any of this stuff. It sounds like from what he says, he's just purely on the business publishing side. So if I was him, I would try to structure it where, okay, Chuck Dixon, you're the writer, get a competent artist, not some fucking hack. Take your time, but also give Chuck Dixon and the artist a bunch of incentive so they actually give a shit about what they're doing, not just milking you because you pay them on time. Hey, I'm going to pay you X, but, for X copies or whatever that we sell, you're going to get this much. And just, try to give them some kind of incentive for actually writing a fun or interesting comic. And do it well, not just, I don't know. But then it's like there's no pattern of that happening. Like we would all be shocked and surprised because the pattern is it's all half-assed. He's not taking the criticism. He's not trying to do better and grow.
No.
the quality. He's just trying to grow the business, but
And you even can't say it's not woke anymore because Yaira, from what I understand, was girl boss central, which is woke. So
yeah, it's stupid.
Yeah, it's just
So
it's like what the mainstream's doing, only much worse.
yeah, exactly. It's actually just shitty. like at least mainstream comics, these people can still write a story.
Yeah.
At least some of them, or yeah, some amount of them. Speaking of which, I just picked up the trade for the Last Ronin, not the Lost Years, but the Last Ronin that came out
the first
ago. Yeah, and yeah, I'm excited to read because I think I picked up maybe through like 3. So I was picking up the individual issues, and then I stopped. And I don't remember if I picked up the rest of them. So I actually want to go back and read the whole thing the whole way through, from 1 to, I guess, 6 or whatever. And yeah, give a review on that. Because that's probably one of the best modern stories. It's like it's a good Ninja Turtle story. Critics like it, audience likes it. Yeah, so I get a pretty good deal on it too. Anyway, so I just want to review this again real quick. We don't have to go line by line because it's probably been talked through to death, but I just want to reiterate that some of the business decisions he's made so far, and hopefully he's fucking learned from it. Like he hasn't hopefully he hasn't ordered like 30,000 copies of this book. You know what I mean? Yeah. Hopefully he's not going to print like 15 times the amount just to sit in a warehouse. But a lot of people see what Eric's doing, and they're just like, oh, look, he's selling 6,000 books. He's got almost 170 and a little over 170 in total sales. Like, who are you to criticize him? Fuck all you people. You're just jealous. Like, you don't like him because he's black. Just all this really, all the dumbass talking points that, like you're saying, you would see from the mainstream. You would see from all these other like cucked out like snowflakes that they can't take criticism. They half-ass shit. They're lazy. They're terrible writing. Art's fucked up. Yada yada yada. So, anyways, we're criticizing it because it's not just about like people just don't understand how business and economics works, where they're just like, they see this number and they're like, oh, number's so high. But when you actually consider what Eric's expenses are, and this isn't just me making this up, this is him. So here's a breakdown of how the revenue from the first Rippaverse campaign will be reinvested in future campaigns, maintain and expand the business moving forward. Okay, so let's go. Blah blah blah. Private promotion. Blah, blah, blah. Fraction of our sale. Okay. So skip all the bullshit. Okay, so just alone, his startup costs amounted to about $300,000, and that was for lawyers for the company, because for some reason lawyers are super expensive, even though he got in a fucking trademark lawsuit.
Yeah.
So I don't really know how much the the fucking lawyers helped. It's not hard to set up like an LLC for your company, so you're really just paying for the trademark and maybe them to handle the copyright submission to the Library of Congress. Okay. Website building and maintenance. That shouldn't. But if you're hiring a legit web developer, okay, cool. That costs you $100. $100 an hour, $100 a page. Say $100 an hour. Let's say it takes them, man, I don't know, like how long? A couple weeks maybe? If you build a website from the ground up, and maintenance after that should be somewhat included. So you're talking a few $1,000s. Let's say like at the most crazy, like $25,000 for a website. Even though there's a bunch of templates and his website wasn't that fancy, and whatever.
Yeah.
So we get to the expensive part, which is the overhead, contractors and employees, his fucking ridiculously large warehouse that he doesn't need.
Yeah.
All the custom boxes for shipping.
Yeah.
Because he spent way too much money printing books he doesn't need, overprinting them so he can get his cost down. Even though I guarantee you, like you didn't need to order 50,000 extra copies of ISOM to get to $250 per book. I mean, artists, yeah, not including the actual production for the first book. Okay, so he had to make all that back just from selling the book, which it's questionable how he even spent that much fucking money. But okay. So let's see what's next. I mean, quality clearly isn't what you're concerned about.
No.
Boop-a-doop-a-doo. Yep. Chose to print additional 50,000 copies of ISOM 1 cover C so we can have enough in back stock. So you spent $125,000 to print all this.
Yeah.
God damn, you dumb son of a bitch. Like, holy shit. Whatever, moving on. Yeah, paying extra for it's putting me to sleep. all the extra boxes to ship those.
Yeah, special boxes, and and then in the end, you really don't get any stretch goals. Like I think on ISOM 2, I got a bookmark. I got nothing for ISOM 1.
Right, you have to pay for all that extra shit.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's the juicy part, as they say. So this guy, with more or less, now that he has more books to worry about, so he's talking about 15 employees and contractors, which obviously some of those have to be artists, right? Because he's talking about all paid competitively and on time within their field. Okay. So in the last fiscal quarter, which would have been right before 2023, I guess, 2022, we spent $350,000 on payroll expenses. So hourly, salary, payroll taxes, everything. Yeah, not including what they're doing as they expand. So a quarter of this guy is spending $350,000, and then he built a fucking 10,000 square foot building warehouse, which is
he's leasing it.
But yeah, but he's
um
no, he bought it. I think construction. Unless, yeah, that's even dumber if he's leasing and he's building onto a building he's leasing, which apparently is almost 200. So he spent less on like building a headquarters than he does a quarter. Oh my fucking god! So a year, he's spending almost $1.5 million on payroll. This is why we criticize Perverse.
Yeah.
It's not about the revenue. It's about your profit.
Yeah.
And this doesn't even pay for a quarter of his original overhead, not including the production of the book. That's fucking terrifying. Like,
yeah.
if we did this, if we sold almost 5,900 books when we launched Mercenary Guild, and we made a little over $170,000 in revenue, we would be coming in our pants, and like we'd all be like flying to Vegas to celebrate the launch of our book.
Yeah.
Like, this would be insane, but our overhead right now is 3 fucking people. Like,
yeah.
4 if you include Phantasm as the editor. Like, well, I'm sorry. Let me back up. You, me, Luke, Frank, Eric Weathers, Phantasm. Okay, so we got basically 5 people that are actively involved in the production of Mercenary Guild.
Yeah.
Like, if we made this much money, we would be doing so fucking well. We'd be so profitable. We'd have paid for the art a ton. We'd actually be just like collecting money. Fuck, we'd have enough money to like pay Luke a bonus, and we'd still be doing really well. And we'd have like money to give out a bunch of like stretch goals and cool incentives. We'd pay for all our cover artists. We'd pay for basically the production cost of this next volume. Like, this would be a dream come true. And I could still hire someone part-time to like help fulfill, you know what I mean? To actually ship out all these fucking books, or hire a fulfillment company. Like, at that point, it's like, or just take the year off and pay myself. You know what I mean? Like, something. But that's with 5 people, or that's with like 2 people. If Kyle and I are shipping all these books and just every day, like, I'm not paying fucking 15 employees, 12, 10.
No,
like a bunch of
he could lower
warehouse
that with temps. You know, when you're gonna have a launch, hire some temps for 2 weeks, get stuff out, and then when you don't have a launch, you don't need a full crew there. Couldn't imagine. And
Holy
you
fuck.
you can still have a couple of permanent employees, you know, but you don't need 15.
Right. Like, he's the permanent employee. He's the one that's like, oh, I got to step down from all my YouTube and talking shit to people on Twitter. Like, yeah, that's your fucking job. And yeah, you could still have a small warehouse, like next to your, like up the street that you go to, and you open it for you pay for it for multiple years off of this, you know, or you just pay for it for like a couple months. I mean, you have to sign a lease for a legit space, but you know, you could pay for this for a lease for multiple years, probably just pay it off immediately off of just this alone. Like, that's not even including the fucking 3.7 million all of us gave you. Like, you dicked all of that away. How dare you?
How dare you?
How dare you? Like, you could have been retired by now, you fucking retard. So all the people that are on Eric's side, like, and anyone who's anyone that's starting in comics, that's like in indie comics, because we're all indie, you know, it's just slightly different scale. Like, let this be a lesson to you. Do not do this Do not do this. Do not do this. This is fucking retarded. Like, do not spend every dollar you fucking bring in on stupid bullshit and shitty animated trailers and fucking
bling bling.
Yeah, unless you just want to look like, to have the appearance of someone who's successful. Okay, well, we'll see how long that lasts to you. Like, so this is what we're criticizing when we talk about this. Like, the fact that he's not profitable anymore. That's a big fucking deal. It matters what you actually take home at the end of the day.
Yep.
And I remember one time I think you said, like, yeah, I'm not even taking a salary based on Rippaverse. I'm just still, you know, I'm getting paid off of my YouTube channel, so I can invest everything into the company. Like, okay. Also, by law, you eventually have to take a salary.
Yeah.
So
yep.
fucking A. Fucking A, dude. Like, it's
getting pretty late, dude. Do you want to probably start to wrap things up in a bit, or?
Yeah, we could do that. I just want to hammer home the point of.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to hammer this point home of how bad this is. Like, how far of a fall this is compared to where he started, and. He just won the lottery, and just like
he did, he won the lottery, and he was given ample opportunity by a lot of people to shine, and that just has not happened. And when it does, it might be too late.
He should have bought Lamborghinis. Yeah, I mean, and the funny thing is, he boasts like, oh, all the startup cost I had, which I paid for up front before we got all the money or whatever, like. Holy fuck. For over $200,000 in startup cost, you couldn't make a good book?
Like, hire an editor. I mean, really, to this time, they don't have an editor. And really,
hire two. Hire someone that
would make that would make these bad books at least mediocre to possible, you know, to not like regret buying them.
Yeah. Like, why didn't you hire? I mean, I wouldn't even have hired Chuck Dixon. I don't know. Like,
I don't know.
It's not like people give a shit. People are buying your stuff because they watch your YouTube. I don't know how many people are still buying your stuff that actually read comic books, to be honest.
Or how many people are actually reading it after they buy it. Who
are actually reading. Exactly.
Because I want to read my comics, and I don't want to read this anymore. They were a slog to get through. It wasn't fun.
Right. Like, I started buying mostly trades because I'm like, fuck that. I'm not just buying issue 1. I'm not buying something just to speculate. Fuck that. Fuck this gay industry of just speculation.
I'm not going to try to own the libs or something. I want to buy a comic because I want to buy a comic. And
yeah, like I want to own the libs by supporting people who aren't them but that are better. Like, the whole point of this is, oh, I'm the next Stan Lee. We're gonna win. They're always saying like, oh, we're gonna win. Like, you're not winning. Like, that's just cope. You're just coping. Like, who are you winning against? Not Marvel, not DC. They have fucking AT&T, Warner, and Disney to catch them when they fall. Like, you don't have shit unless Glenn Beck is secretly, you know, paying for your company.
We win by making better stuff. You know, it's really hard to say, oh, F the mainstream on all this, and that, and how poorly written and poorly drawn it is, and then they can take an indie comic and shove it in our face and say, look at this, and what do you, got me there, you know.
His name is Gooding Logline. Oh, shit. Oh, Cato Gooding, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm getting tired. Cato Gooding. See, that's his initials, CG.
CG.
Oh, no. There's no way that was on purpose. And then he couldn't even use the CG for his initials if he wanted to, right?
And the thing is, here's the thing about the launch of this book. There was nothing. Like there was no hype. There was no really. It was a very quiet launch. It's very surprising compared to Eric July's previous launches, which you couldn't, even if you didn't watch his videos, if you just went on Twitter, you couldn't avoid them.
Created by Eric July. That's it. Just created. He just had the idea. It's not even a great idea. So there you go. So Letters by Invisible Art Studio. Did he fire Eric Weathers?
Eric Weathers is working with Ethan now.
Yeah, but did Eric Weathers basically just tell him, "Hey, go fuck yourself"?
I don't know. I don't know what happened behind the scenes.
Or maybe, he was like, "Oh, I'm working with Ethan," and Eric's like, "Okay, well, you're fired." Or maybe it was mutual. Or
honestly, I have no idea what happened behind the scenes. I don't think. I mean,
maybe I'll ask him. I mean,
yeah,
he's our letter.
Yeah, I mean, we can ask him. We can ask him. Obviously not in a forum like this, but when we're on Discord with him, we can talk to him, and
Yeah, I'm just curious. I'm not. I mean, I don't want to. I mean, yeah, I'm just curious. I'm not going to ask.
Yeah, see if it was amicable
to cause drama or something.
Yeah, and it'll just stay between us.
Yeah, because
hopefully.
Oh no, for sure. Yeah. I mean, I don't. Yeah, no, that's not. That's how you piss people off, and like in the real world, that's not how you. That's not how you do professional. Talk to people about business relationships and shit, and then just go blabbing all over the place. That's how retarded YouTubers work. Like I was listening back on like Ethan podcast or a clip or something, and I mean I don't know Ethan personally, and I don't know whoever the Yellow Flash guy is personally, but I've worked with artists in the real world, and when it comes to the page rate thing, like you don't go around and just be like you don't go around publicly just blasting someone's page rate. It's like people who like, oh, you don't really talk about and blast someone for their salary. It's just kind of accepted. It's like the accepted standard of professionals, because it's freelance work. You're a contractor, but I guess if you don't actually work with artists and you're not used to doing comic books, then you have this massive fucking ego, and you're like, oh, you're working for me, and I'm this YouTuber, so I'm entitled to, I can't believe you're charging me this, or I can't believe you're charging me this, and you charge people something else. Like, yeah, you can do that. There's no rule that says you have to charge me what you charge them. In fact, I wouldn't go blasting someone for that. If I knew they charged someone else something and it was less, I'd probably just say something like, well, hey, did you charge this person that? Like, I would like to get this rate, or I would just say like, hey, I mean, there's artists that we have worked with where after paying their rate, I'm like, yeah, I don't think this is really worth it, but you just move on, and it's always a gamble of like, am I paying them just for a gig, or am I paying them hoping that the name also sells the book? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like you're taking a risk with someone like Ethan because you're hoping that, okay, well, his name is also going to sell copies of the book, and then you could recoup the costs and make a shitload of money because DVS has a loyal following, and people buy. People like, he's just a good artist too. So so I've had to think about that. Like, oh, we've had conversations like that already. Like, oh, should we hire this artist or that artist, or hey, William, you could hire this artist if you want to do a variant cover. It's like, well, I don't know if I want to spend that much on a cover because I don't know if it's worth it. It's like, yeah, it's just a cost benefit analysis. But these guys with their fucking egos, like, they have all these blind spots because they're just not used to, like, they talk this big game, but they're just fucking YouTubers. Like, they just talk shit online for a living. They don't have to actually deal with people in the real world and form like real business partnerships and relationships. So they just have this weird attitude, it seems like, when it comes to negotiating with people. Like, oh, how dare you give me a rate? Okay, you could just negotiate, or you could just take it or leave it.
Take it or leave it.
And fuck off. But that's seems really petty and spiteful. So I don't know. I don't remember why that thought came to me, but that's just an example of these people getting into the comic industry and not knowing sweet fuck all about the comic industry, and then they're so egotistical they refuse to learn anything about the comic industry. Like, I'm not a veteran of the comic industry, but I had to humble myself and learn a lot of shit. Like, I'm still learning a lot of shit.
Yeah.
Especially when it comes to art. Like, there's a lot of stuff. I mean, I fucked up and made a mistake on something for Hardly Heroes, and I had to get Luke to sit down with me and look at it, because to me, I'm just a normie when it comes to reviewing like certain very technical things when it comes to art. So I'm like, hey, I need you to sit down and explain this to me, because I have to explain something about this to someone else, and I have no fucking idea what I'm talking about. In fact, I'm pretty sure I use those exact words. Like, hey, I have no fucking idea what I'm talking about, so I have no idea how to articulate this to somebody. In fact, I'd ask another buddy of mine who's an artist to help me explain to another artist that we wanted to work with. And it wasn't that big of a deal. Like, we all just got on a call, and I just said, hey, I have this guy here because he's a buddy of mine, and he's an artist, and I trust him, and he's going to help me explain to you better things or issues that I have with the art that I can't pinpoint or put my finger on. And we had a conversation. People weren't super butthurt. No one was screaming and yelling at somebody. No one was blocking people on social media or going on a fucking tirade and making, multiple live streams about it. We worked it out, and that's it. Like, it's a gig. People are working. People are getting paid.
Yeah.
I don't understand why that's so hard for these people. But I guess if your whole life is like, oh, I need material for my performative, to constantly be performative for my performative outrages, because that's when people give me the super chats or something. I guess. I guess that's how
that's the game.
I guess that's how you do. Yeah. So, anyways, that's my rant.
Cool.
Yeah, man. We could review some Yaira reviews or something next time, but
yeah, we got plenty of, I'm sure more things will come up. So
yeah, but that's
yeah, we had a good D&D conversation. You don't hear too many of those in the nerd sphere. So
yeah, tune in next time for probably more D&D. We have a lot of content now.
Yeah, so, I think there's going to be probably some more stories. So
yeah, for sure. And I'm also working on getting some of these videos and interviews specifically that we've done edited and clipped, so that way we have sections and clips of some of the stuff that we're talking about. So if people want to see those instead of watching like a 4-hour live stream, they can watch those.
Yeah.
Trying to think. William doesn't even know about this, but we're gonna have a guest next week. It's gonna be cool. We're gonna have we gotta finalize everything, but we're gonna have Ralph. Remember we did his show, the Writ and Writ?
Yeah.
So we're gonna try to do like I'm a boomer when it comes to StreamYard, but apparently you can like link StreamYards up. So we're gonna try to do one big stream. So since his show starts after ours, we're gonna try to do like our show, and then it will bleed into his show. So I'm not sure how that's gonna work. I'm gonna have to get him to help me, but he said we can do it since we both have StreamYard.
Okay.
So like we can start on our YouTube and X and whatever, and then go to his, I guess.
Yeah, he can send us a link on Twitter.
Okay. Yeah.
And then we'll just.
I'm sure I'm making it sound more complicated than it is. I'm sure it's like a couple button clicks. So
yeah.
So that'll be fun, and it'll be right before 4th of July too. So
cool.
So everybody will be getting drunk. So look forward to that. But yeah, we can talk about some.
Well, again, I can't. I got to work the next day, and I don't know if. Well, maybe I don't.
That's what I'm saying, man. It'll be right before 4th of July. We'll probably all have off.
I'll have to check that. I don't think I will.
Yeah, I mean, we'll probably be done with his show before we are now. So there you go. Anyway, so yeah, look forward to that, folks. And if you're still listening to us on the X's or YouTube, thanks for sticking around and hanging out with us. And we'll see you guys on the next episode of Shattermare Live.
Good night, everybody.
Night. Bye.